Moon's casting shadows on the blossoms. They bloom as if they will never fade. What's the use to prevent what fate may bring? No road leads back to bygone springs, to distant trees. The fading memories will scatter like a sigh and go with the wind, leaving no trace behind. One last time, let me sing you the melody. You hunt out, you walked ahead of me. Then I will see you walk into the I know your wish remains. Mine feels the same. All our regrets will find their peace in emptiness. Snow softly melts as spring nears. When the shall stop down this lonely way with no end. I shall march to the endless night. When I hear that bell rings again, flowers drift, burn to ash and fade away. Moon's casting shadows on the blossoms. They bloom as if they will never fade. What's the use to prevent what fate may bring? No road leads back to bygone springs, to distant dreams. The fading memories will scatter like a sigh and go with the wind, leaving no trace behind. One last time, let me sing you the melody. You haunt us, you walked ahead of me. Then I will see you walking to the light. I know your wish remains. Mine feels the same. All our regrets will find their peace in emptiness. Snow softly melts as spring nears. When the bell rings clear, all that you gave will forever live in me. One last time, let me sing you the melody. You haunt us, you walked ahead of me. Then I will see you walking to the I shall stop down this lonely way with no end. so much to be endless when I hear that bell rings again. Flowers drift, burn to ash and fade away. Moon's casting shadows on the blossoms. They bloom as if they will never fade. What's the use to prevent what fate may bring? No road leads back to bygone springs, to distant dreams. The fading memories will scatter like a sigh and go with the wind, leaving no trace behind. One last time, let me sing you the melody. You hugged us, you walked ahead of me. Then I will see you walk into the I know your wish remains. Mine feels the same. All our regrets will find their peace in emptiness. Snow softly melts as spring nears. When the bow rings clear, all that you gave will forever live in me. One last time, let me sing you the melody.
Ah. This looks very, very strange. I'm going to be completely honest. It looks like Twitch is having some kind of issues today, and I chose to do so. Most of my streaming today looks to be within the period in which things are not going right, because I didn't realize that things were going wrong until I had pressed go live, and I tried to get everything set up, and now I see that it looks like things are not quite up to the standard that I tend to normally have them at. At the very least, like, I think it's mostly a Twitch mobile thing, because I think as far as I'm aware, I was able to type in a was able to type just fine and interact fairly okay-ish on, you know, on Twitch, like standard, like the it looks like it's relatively okay on like just the PC like version, but for whatever reason there still appears to be some type of issue on there. And then even more so past that, it looks like there was issue, like definitely issue on mobile, because a lot of my like messages and stuff didn't go through. Okay, I'm not the only one either. Because people are also posting about... People are also posting about Twitch having issues on Twitter, and I also see that on Twitter they made a post talking about issues that they had. There's issues with Twitch. It looks like that they, at least on the Twitch support, they've made an announcement in regards to it. Okay. Welcome in, Shiro. App appears to be fine. Desktop struggling. Okay. I couldn't message. I think maybe my messages might be going through now. I couldn't. I remember when I started messaging earlier, I couldn't send my messages. Like at the start of stream, like for the first 10 minutes or so, I tried to send a message and I kept getting message failed, and then like occasionally it would go through, but like even then, like towards the end now here, it said that my messages were still not going through, at least on mobile. And it certainly took its time to load up both on I guess on PC as well as on mobile. Yeah, our team is working to resolve these. We'll update whenever there's a resolve to these issues, and there hasn't been a post since. It's been over 45 minutes now, though, is the thing. I didn't realize that this was going on today, because I didn't even make a full schedule for this week. I wanted to make sure that I had time to go ahead and take care of things, like, since we're not going to have a story game this Saturday, and I also got invited to a party, I wanted to make sure that I had some time for that, and then I was going to make a regular schedule this coming week on Sunday. Huh. What are the chances of that, huh? I come back, and I wanted to do a stream today, even though I didn't have it planned on a schedule of a sort. I wanted to get some Ace Attorney done, and since it's been some time since we got back into it, and GTA 6 overloaded Twitch servers, and now I have to, I guess, work with a bit of delay, or there may be, I guess, like, partial issue with some of Twitch's stuff. But nonetheless, I guess we'll just try to work through it. I guess if things are starting to simmer down or get to a point where they're a little bit better then, or at least like from where we were before, I think I'm not opposed to the idea of just trudging on through, and then hopefully within, I guess, a set time they'll have had things fixed, and then we can proceed somewhat as normal for I guess whatever portion of the stream that happens to be towards. So we shall see. But I was wondering, most certainly, I was wondering about all that, because I was having a bit of trouble, first of all, logging in, or I guess like getting situated on the desktop side, and then on the mobile side as well. It was not loading at all, and so I was like, is it my internet? Is it me? Do I need to restart my phone? Should I restart the stream? And I guess that would explain that. I didn't know that was happening, because I haven't been keeping up with GTA 6 at all, or like GTA 6 stuff at all. Not something that like I'm in a direct interest towards. There are some other things though that did catch my interest, I guess, like outside of the standard for stuff, but I'll talk about it probably some more. I feel like I've spent a decent amount of time just sat here doing a whole bunch of nothing and stressing about other stuff. So I'll at least, I think, get us loaded into the game, so that way we can hop back to it as fast as possible. But I saw, because I was thinking about asking mostly the members in the Discord right now, because I saw that Pal World went on sale not too long ago, like maybe like a day or two ago, and I was thinking about checking it out for myself because I've seen some of my other streamers I like to watch play it, and so like I have like a small interest in at least checking it out, but I just worry I'm not going to be into it or like I won't like since I know that some of it's kind of grind heavy and like making, building, and doing all that stuff. I wonder if like it might like turn me away some or not. But like the creature catching and then like because I like to play competitive Pokemon. Like I like the breeding and like the battling aspect or like I guess the fighting aspect. So I'm not sure, but I saw that it went on sale and I'm debating on whether or not that's something that I should do and whether or not maybe for at least the people in the Discord that we could have like a designated server or like a spot to be able to go ahead and do stuff like that. That's probably like one of the only things that have caught my interest in recent times because otherwise I'm trying to get caught up with the games that I do want to play and then ultimately also as well what it is that I want to go ahead and have designated as our new story game for Saturday since we have that slot open now. And I do have something planned at least. One of my mods came back to me and I think we can get something worked out this coming Saturday. So that's something that I'm looking to go ahead and get set up before then. Avoided. The GTA 6 situation is toxic. I know it's a bit of a heavy topic as of late, and I, I'm certainly not one to like. I had my fun with GTA 5, but that was like well over a decade ago because I know the game's been out for like that much time. I feel like what was it like 20 sometime between like 2013 2015 I think I remember that game came out and I like played it with like my cousins and stuff like that since they were the ones who had the non-Nintendo consoles so I would play with them. But like I felt like I pretty much did all that I had to, or all that pretty much all that you can do or would want to do in a GTA game. Uh, I don't know. I guess I'm just not the target audience for like that style of like the repetition style of like those types of games or what it is that they offer. Because a while back, good while back, few years back, one of my friends when we were like I guess when they fell off the Overwatch grind or whatever, and like they just got tired and they kept like having this like toxic relationship of like playing the game, quitting it, playing it, and quitting it, and then eventually I guess quitting for good or quitting for good until something good within the game happened again, and then they would try it out and for a time and then they'd quit later. They wanted to find more games for us to be able to go ahead and all play together, and a good amount of them got to playing GTA 5 for a time, and they wanted me to play, but I wasn't interested. I didn't feel like dropping any amount of money to be able to go ahead and do that because I felt like the stereotype or the thing that people talk about where it's like, oh, you play your friend makes you spend $20 on a game that you guys only play for like a week or whatever and then like never touch it again. That's what I feel like GTA 5 is for me. Like I feel like it'd be fun for a time, but then I'd get bored and then like I just wouldn't touch it. And so I'd rather long a big factor for me in picking and playing up a game is the longevity of it or how much time I dedicate to it and how much it's well like considered worth for both my time and money. So that's kind of like where my standpoint is on a lot of on like my gaming purchases like choices and stuff like that. Because I've also like I guess one that I've been also off the grind for, even though I think it's also a little bit in like a similar folly to GTA is Minecraft. I haven't played that game in about a decade. I'm like I know there's a whole bunch of things that like has happened since then, new updates and other stuff, but like God, I remember it was like it must be a decade now, I feel like. Because I remember I told one of my friends we were out playing Pokemon Go, so like a long time ago, like a genuinely probably a decade. And I think we were out and we were catching Giratinas in raids. And I welcome in Cherry. Hello. I've still caught up in conversation and also primarily because I was worried because Twitch was having issues before, but it looks like things are starting to settle back down. It seems, but I was catching Giratinas with a buddy of mine in like some Pokemon Go raids, and I remember like I had like I was running out of like the Premier Balls that you get for the raid, and I got down to my last Pokeball, and he was like, "Hey, if you catch it with this Pokeball, will you get not you get Minecraft and play with us?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure," because I wasn't expecting. I failed like 12 13 Premier Ball catches on the Giratina, and I was like, fuck, okay, well, so there's so many things that could go wrong here, and a lot of them already have happened, so, like, what the hell. And I did end up catching the Giratina the in that Premiere Ball, and so I was like, damn it. Okay, well, I guess I have to get Minecraft now. And I did play for a time. I think I tried to get some survival stuff. My favorite thing to do in Minecraft, or at least back in the day, was just go into creative and just build a bunch of like really big random shit. Um, and so we did that for a time, but then I just like fell off of it again. I don't know. It just bored me. And so I have it, I think, on my PlayStation back when we were playing, but I just haven't touched it in like well into or like a little bit over a decade, I think. So that's kind of like the where I stand on like a lot of the things like that. And so like the occasional friend slop, like I wouldn't mind if I like would be playing it with people and stuff like that, but like for the most part, uh I do put like a centric value on like my own sustained playtime or like playthrough of it, which is why games for me like Overwatch and Marvel Rivals, like for the most part, I think I do put a higher value on because I would do the repeat cycle of like just playing those games for an extended amount of time and then just doing whatever with them. Even though I think both were free anyways, or Overwatch 2 is now. I think it wasn't back in the day, but I have it on I have the physical Overwatch copy, so I have that going for me. Um, I don't know. But yeah, no, I'm probably not gonna touch GTA 6. Definitely not on launch. But I will probably like maybe watch other people for a time before I go ahead and like even remotely give it any consideration for me probably touching it. That's just me though. So I guess to whoever is willing to cough up the money or whatever, or is excited for it, you know, kudos to them. But I am not in the same boat. I would believe. But enough rambling. I think we've. It's been 30 minutes and we haven't even started the game, so I do apologize. I can't help myself sometimes. I just love to ramble. I love to talk. You get me going, and I just don't stop for a time. So let's jump back into it. I'm going to take a sip just so that we can be prime ready for this because it's going to be, I imagine, a good bit of talking, and we're not even done. We're like in the latter half, I think, finally. So we just started the latter half of this, and then we have another case after this. Still, this is like this case has felt like this is the final case, but there's something else. There's one more after this. What could it be? Who could it involve? And what's going on? I don't know. But you know that we're gonna go ahead and check that out in a bit. But I'll take that sip, so my throat will be in prime condition, so we can go ahead and try to get through as much of this as possible. The plan for today: finish this case, and then we'll see. We'll probably demo what the last case is and see where we go from there. So give me just a second. All right, let's get it. Hey, what's up? Welcome in. I hope that you guys are all having a wonderful day. I hope things are working out for you too, because I guess it might not be a one case thing where it looks like some people may be struggling on different facets on Twitch, because I think I'm having an easier time opening and messing around with it on the desktop version, but my mobile version I can't send messages or do anything with it. So I hope that things are working out for you guys on there. Otherwise, the YouTube is available, and then I've been thinking for a time that I should reopen the avenue of being able to go ahead to multi-stream on Kick as well, just so I can have as many avenues for you guys to be able to go ahead and check things out on, because I am already affiliated on Kick as well. So I have several avenues to be able to go with it. But YouTube is our main place of archival. So I figured that it is best to have that always available regardless. Twitch was down. Yeah, it looks like it. I feel like it seems like the shockwaves still aren't over. People are still recovering, and Twitch themselves still haven't have put up a permanent solution just yet. It looks like, because I saw that they had made a support tweet not too long, or like about 45 minutes ago last I checked, and there wasn't a follow-up post for that yet. So it looks like some things are still on the fritz. PC sending, refresh the page. Okay. Mine is my desktop one looks like it's okay. It's just the mobile one, but I might have to. I don't want to refresh it on my mobile though, because I have had it before where like I like it's being weird, and then I close it, open it, and then it just gets worse. So I think I'll just keep it now, because at the very least I can watch what you guys are sending and how it looks on mobile for the time. And so I think I'll just keep it there, just so I could have it be as like my third monitor, so I can check in case certain things don't go through correctly or not. But I digress. Oh, what the? Oh, thank you for the hydrate, I guess. Okay, one more sip before we go, and then we'll get started. I always have to make sure I have a drink on hand, especially for Ace Attorney streams. Alright, let's get it. Never thought I'd spend another night in here again. And they stripped me of all the evidence we'd... What? They took everything! I'm empty-handed! Nah, I gotta get that back. Hold on. Oh my god, wait, no shit, they were really sending it through here, huh? They stripped me of all the evidence that we'd painstakingly gathered. Even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu... Oh, even if they did let me keep Kei's Yatagarasu pin, I can't help but worry about her. They'd better be treating her well. The murderer, it was me. I remember looking down and the person in the red raincoat was on the ground. It was me, Mr. Edgeworth. It was me all along. I'm the murderer. I'm the murderer. But based off of what we learned last time, that shouldn't be the case. Lotta heard what sounded like a struggle, potentially, in the place underneath, which would have led the ladder upways where Kei probably would have been, but then she somehow fell, or maybe was pulled into that little room and was either concussed or had an injury placed upon her that way. Or had the shit beaten out of her by these people who are running this underground auction. Come on, let's go. You've got a visitor. A visitor? Who? Someone by the name of... Oh, Gumshoe! Someone by the name of Dick Gumshoe. Want me to send him away? No, I'm not sure what to even say to him. Oh my god! Could you... Okay, hold on. I know it's kind of wishful thinking, but, like, Edgeworth hasn't been, or has been in this position before. There's a reason why I titled the stream today the way that it was. Because it reminds me of, not even the, okay. So the DL6 case was certainly, a very important case. One that I feel like no one can ever forget. I mean, it's part of the catchphrase, don't forget DL6. But, like, it reminded me of that, and so I felt like it wouldn't be impossible for Phoenix to make an appearance here, I feel like. But these are Miles' games, not Phoenix's. Wait there. Also, at least in this game, Miles hasn't been on that side of the glass. They're leaving me unsupervised. Forgive the intrusion. Oh, Gavel? That's not Gumshoe. Judge Gavel. Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What are you plotting at here, woman? I'm still under the impression that you're not maliciously evil. You certainly haven't come into the jail to taunt me, have you? What are you seeking to do? Take a seat. What are you doing here? I was told it was Detective Gumshoe. I imagined you wouldn't come if you knew it was me. What could she possibly want from me now? Suppose I'd better find out. What, could I show her the... Oh, no, it doesn't let me. Oh, wait, no. Present! Oh, I've already looked at it. Miss Faraday is currently being interrogated about her involvement in the murder. You and the committee, you know what you're doing, don't you? You know that the wrongful arrest and persecution of an innocent person is beyond reprehensible. That's quite the slanderous remark. I would ask that you frame your outburst with a little more care. Welcome in, Ryuki. They took your badge. They can't prosecute it. You can't prosecute anymore. Apparently so. That's why they put me in jail, or why I've been apprehended somewhat. The only thing that they let me keep was the Yatagarasu pin, which I've always found very interesting. That ever since we learned about the Yatagarasu case, or not the, I guess not the inherent Yatagarasu case, but I guess in the 5th case, which case was it? I think it was the 5th case. It might have been the 4th. In the first investigations, where it was learned that it was Callisto Yu, Kei's dad, and then Detective Bad, who were the 3 legs of the original Yatagarasu. And then nowadays, at least somewhat symbolically, if not actually, it would be Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Kei, who are, like, I guess, would be considered the modern day Yatagarasu, which I found very entertaining. But yes, I'm currently unable to prosecute currently, which means, God, I can't believe that Eustace has something up on me right now. That idiot actually has one thing over me. That stupid moron has just that little bit more power over me now. To be fair, Edgeworth gave them the badge. Yeah, we gave it away, but like, now that I think about it, I'm not sure. Like, it's worth it, but like, the idea that Eustace is at a higher level of something at me right now is annoying.
Besides, she is not innocent. You merely wish that she was, that she is. You can't say that. You don't have conclusive proof. Nor do you have conclusive proof to the contrary. Let's not retread this tired old topic again. She will go to trial, and the goddess will pass her judgment. There's nothing you can do to stop that. And there's nothing more to say on the subject. Instead, let us speak of the matter at hand.
Okay, well,
You may not be aware of this, but you are only permitted to meet with specially approved visitors.
so I'm to be treated like a dangerous criminal, am I? I suppose my reputation has rather plummeted.
It is indeed, for you, of course, and your friends. That attorney...
Wait, no, wait, hold on. I was making reference to it as a matter of like wishful thinking. Is it actually?
That attorney and the other girl were raising quite the fuss earlier.
Oh, okay. I thought they were talking about Phoenix and Maya. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, I forgot that Fender is technically a defense attorney and Emma as well. My mind immediately jumped to Phoenix and Maya when it came to talking about attorneys. Whew, sorry, Fender. There's one other attorney that I think of, defense attorney at least, that I think of whenever they make mention of that in regards to Miles.
I saw them launch some extremely heated words at one of the guards. No, you didn't. You may thank the goddess in that regard, for even she is too busy to deal with each and every infraction. You will not be punished for their bad behavior. Did you come here just to chit-chat with me? You must have a lot of time on your hands. Oh, speaking of which, Miss Von Karma is continuing the investigation where you left off. I just thought you would like to know. I figured you would be worried about how they were all doing. I hate to admit it, but she read me like a book.
What is your motive here at the end of the day, huh, Gavel?
Let's cut to the chase, Your Honor. Why are you really here? I'm here simply to talk. Nothing more. There is something I wish to know about you.
Me?
Yes. Who else? Objectively speaking, you are highly intelligent and quick-witted, and a born prosecutor at that.
Please, Judge Gavel, your sarcastic praise is but salt on my wounds.
But I sincerely mean every word, Mr. Edgeworth, and it is why I fail to understand you. Take this latest case, for example. You were up against the very committee itself. You had no hope of succeeding. Even a child could have seen that, and yet...
I don't imagine the old me would have ever been so reckless. The old me had power, and because of that, I thought that justice was always on my side. Just as you and the committee believe now. Thinking now, I'm surprised there's no Pokemon based on Yatagarasu. That is true. I don't think that there's any Pokemon that fit the niche or could be like spun in a way to go ahead and do that. Maybe something to think about for future installments. Oh, Edgeworth.
But a certain person changed my mind. It made me reckon with my selfish and skewed sense of justice. And once the scales had fallen from my eyes, I began to look at people differently. I saw that I was only able to be as an effective prosecutor thanks to the efforts of those around me. Detective Gumshoe, the many investigative officers of the force, and even Kay. It changed me. The degree to which it changed me still surprises me to this day.
I see. Thank you.
I feel that perhaps I understand you a little better now.
You? Understand me? I highly doubt it. Someone who is focused on forcing their idea of justice onto others can't possibly see what I see.
Is that so? Is that what you truly believe? I will say one thing. This has been a very interesting conversation. That is all.
You're very interesting, Gavel. And I'm still of the mindset that she's not evil. I'm not gonna let What's Up brainwash me into thinking that she's evil. I thought about it since we first met. I don't think she's evil, maybe misguided at best, but I feel like there's something more to it. Say his name. What is his name, Edgeworth? Who is this that you are talking about? Who could it possibly be?
A Before I go, there is one thing... Oh, wait, hold on. There is one thing, one remaining matter. I was asked to inform you that the date of your hearing has been confirmed. It will be held today. Whoa, they moved it so fast. I thought I was just put in here. How long has it been? It will be held today in the trial chamber. The committee sends its warmest regards. If that was all that you had to tell me, you could have just sent a message. And entrust the goddess's words to another. That wouldn't do, would it? Until then, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll see you again very shortly. She also went through the effort of disguising her name as Gumshoe. I feel like there has to be more to it. Whatever her motive, or there's something else. I don't know. I know it's probably smarter to be like, oh, the Judge Gavel's here to see you, and then I'm just like, well, fuck that. Oh, what, can I investigate the room? I barely spent any time in here, and I already feel my personal appearance slipping. I may have given up my badge, but I mustn't have given up on myself. My collar is slightly creased. There, a tidy outside begets a tidy inside, which is why it's more important now than ever to take care of myself. Hey, well, you know, a good mindset you got there, Edgeworth. What's up is onto something? I don't buy it! I don't think she's evil. There's a menu here on the table. It seems that detainees are able to pay to have their meals brought to the cell. What looks good? Spaghetti and mac and cheese lunch. Add linguine for only $1. Basmati and brown rice special. For a limited time only, add regular white rice at no extra cost. Probably for the best that I'm not very hungry. I don't know, macaroni and spaghetti doesn't sound too bad. There's a note on the wall next to the toilet. Sorry, we're currently out of toilet paper. Please make the necessary mental preparations before using the toilet. What sort of mental preparations can one even make? Oh? The window is barred with heavy steel. It reminds me of a movie I once saw. A prison inmate hatched a plot to escape by using a file to cut his cell bars. I won't be doing that, of course. For one thing, I don't have a file on me at the moment. What am I saying? I wouldn't even do it if I did have one. Miles, who are you picking up who's been infiltrating that mind of yours, huh? A very basic bed. Can't say that it was very comfortable to sleep on, however. I imagine Detective Gumshoe would sleep soundly on it nevertheless, loudly snoring all the while. I suppose we'll probably never get to work together again. I don't have any regrets about the bet I've made. I will follow my own path to the end. Is there something I missed? Oh, I guess the gate. There's a poster in the corridor outside. I regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the die of... Aww, I forgot. Yeah, Fifi's out. Yeah, she killed Bronco Knight, and so we regret to announce that due to the warden's arrest, the Die of Destiny game will be discontinued. Inmates will no longer need to roll a die every morning to determine their meals for the day. We wholeheartedly apologize to those who were looking forward to the daily casting of the die. Did anyone really need an apology for the cessation of such a ridiculous idea in the first place? Do I have another visitor? Oh, God. Oh, it's Kay. Okay, I saw the red first, and I was like, oh, God, that prosecutorial dickhead. Oh, thank goodness you seem all right. That's a load off my mind. Oh, I already forgot what voice I gave you. Oh, such a heartwarming scene. It's enough to make a grown man cry. But you're still not your usual cheery... I mean, you have to stay positive, Kay. You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, I guarantee you didn't. No, you don't have to let it... You have to let it go. I'm the murderer. I know that now. But you're not. You can't be. Why don't you have any faith in yourself? How can I, Mr. Edgeworth, when there's no me left to believe in? None at all. I don't believe that's true. Before you lost your memory, we spent quite a bit of time together. I dare say that you left quite the impression on me. So you see, there's still plenty of you left. That's why I believe so much in your innocence, and that's why you should believe in yourself too. Thank you. But I can't. It would just cause more pain for the both of us. Please, you have to forget her. Forget that Kay Faraday. That Kay. She's gone. Kate, no! Oh, great, this dickhead's still here. You remind me of my younger self, you know. So noble, so bold. This is the justice you and the committee stand for? It's still so weird that he just hovers a liner around and just burns things. This guy's nuts. Justice? I suppose you could call it that. What is he up to? Why is he going at such lengths to control everything? I can't shake the feeling that something is very wrong here. Is there some hidden agenda at play? This is no time to second-guess myself. If I'm going to find out what it is, it's now or never. Well then, my boy, I suppose I should be. Wait! We're mind-chessing the— What? Why is this chairman so intent on seeing Kay charged with this murder? It doesn't make any sense. There must be some rhyme or reason to this madness. Oh my god, dude's lotus. Come now, Miles. I'm a busy, important man. I can't be wasting my precious time talking to you. The only way out of this current predicament is to Chairman Winner. There's so much to ask and so little time. Let's start by trying to find out why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. I can't just let this happen without getting answers, if it's the last thing I do. Okay. Why the rush? Why were you so keen to push through Kay's arrest? I've yet to hear a satisfactory explanation. An explanation? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Don't give me that. You know exactly what I mean. Tut tut. I advise you to moderate your tone, dear boy. Need I remind you of your position? Ooh. I'm a prisoner, I'm a prosecutor. I've got you now. You backed into a corner and you don't even know it. What are you going on about? Okay. I wasn't sure if the prosecutor— I am a prosecutor, but I wasn't sure if— I'm pretty sure— I was thinking he was going to be like, ha, some prosecutor without your badge. But it's probably going to be, I am a prosecutor regardless of my badge. What an odd quirk he has. Curses, I should have picked my words more wisely. Okay, can't just let this happen. I'm getting the answers if it's the last thing I do. Okay. Okay. I've got you now. You're backed into a corner and you don't even know it. Oh, no, really? Okay, no, so that's— oh, they were both wrong. Okay, I thought that was the cue. Okay, hang on. Hold it. Activates domain expansion. By Ace Attorney standards, yeah, that's probably not wrong. And suppose we did let your friends go free. What then, What do you mean, what then? Think how that would look, my boy. And who would have to take the blame? Me. That's who. And so what? That would be a good thing. No, that's— damn, okay, he's really holding out, huh? So that's still not the— which one of these— what is his quirk, or what is his cue? It's not this one. You're right to keep— that— Just look at this flood of tears spilling out. Please, just leave it alone, will you? Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. Interfered? Coming along nicely? Maybe I should have just leave it coming along nicely. Coming along nicely? That's a pretty strange way of putting it. It's almost as if you wanted Kay's arrest to happen. It certainly doesn't sound like the statement of an impartial representative of the law. You think so? Well, that wasn't my intention. Has it occurred to you that you might just be overthinking things a little? Chairman Winner certainly knows how to dodge a question, but it doesn't change the fact that serious doubts remain concerning Kay's arrest. Next, we'll need to press him on whether he really believes the investigation was sufficient. I'm pretty sure Miles wouldn't be the only one with a domain expansion for objections or hold-its. We can't allow any of his statements to go unexamined, no matter how trivial they may seem. One of them may just give the breakthrough that we need. How much time did you spend investigating? You were there. You were the one calling the shots where Kay's innocent. You can hardly say your investigation was sufficient. You're the one who called all the shots, weren't you? Including the decision to have Kay arrested. I'm afraid I'm nowhere near as influential as you think, dear boy. You're the chairman of the committee. Doesn't get more influential than that. Not that I care about such things. You wound me. It's enough to drive an old man to tears. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not the deferential type. Well, if you're going to insist on being so blunt, then I'm afraid you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. I don't need that badge anyway. I can live without that badge. Let me see. Okay, I was sure that would have... Okay. Okay. Let me see. I don't need that. I can live without that badge. Okay. Let me make something clear once and for all. That badge isn't the be-all, end-all for me. Far from it. I'm not concerned with titles or roles. Even you must understand that much. So young, so very young. A word of advice, Miles, from somebody who's been around the block. You're hopelessly naive, my boy. Oh, idiotically so. Well, that certainly got under his skin. He might be less guarded in his answers while he's in this state. That's my chat. Okay. How much time was spent on your investigation altogether? My, you really don't give up, do you? But even my patience has its limits, you know. What a coincidence, so does mine. Now answer the question. Do you believe that your investigation was sufficient or not? The youth these days are wont to be reckless. Wait, what? That is a word weirdly. The youth these days are wont to be reckless. Makes me want to put you in your place. You're going to regret that, my boy. Now I'm putting you... I'd like to see you try. Nope, okay, shit. Damn it. I just can't pick out his quirks correctly. Or I guess... Wait another one. Maybe you do know your place after all. What's the matter, scared? Oh. Hardly. I was just thinking about how best to proceed. Getting answers from the elderly requires sensitivity. Ooh, tell him, Miles. They can get quite emotional after all. You have no common sense whatsoever, do you? Don't you understand? Your fate rests in my hands. Okay. I want to click this one, though. Damn it. Okay, God. I forget which one it was that tripped me up so bad. I think it was Lotta, where I couldn't pick out the quirks correctly either, but also not clicking. I have a habit of just, like, shooting too fast, I feel like. I hate not clicking. Let's say you do manage to get some answers from me. There's nothing you can do with them, so why not give it up, dear boy? No. And why not? It's simple, because I'm not about to let the truth escape me. Interesting. I think I'm beginning to see what makes you tick. Well, what you're doing is pointless. Tragically and miserably pointless. Please just give up. She's guilty. The decision has been made. The decision has been made? Once again, your choice of words intrigues me. It's almost as if Kay's guilt has already been determined from before her arrest. What are you trying to imply? You plan to have her arrested. I'm implying that things haven't gone as they normally should. In fact, everything has proceeded as if Kay's arrest was the end goal, right from the start. Well, Chairman Winner, was it? That's certainly an intriguing theory. But it's also a complete work of fiction, and I'm afraid I don't have time for such flights of fancy. I think it's time we brought this shabby little farce to an end, don't you? No, he's trying to make his escape. I must confirm the legality of Kay's arrest before he slips away. Oh my god, the music sped up. It's faint, but the truth is finally beginning to emerge, and I'm not about to let this opportunity pass me by. I still have questions. We're not done yet. I'm tired of all this talking, so make it brief, will you?
Who gave you the order? What grounds do you have?
Based on everything I've heard from you so far, it's clear that Kay's arrest is entirely unfounded. Yes, I think we're all familiar with this particular refrain of yours by now. But I'm afraid it doesn't matter either way. You don't have what it takes to secure her release anyhow. How dare you take this so lightly as a man of the law? My, aren't you a rude little boy? But my fuse is only so long. Honestly speaking, I don't have any time to waste on every last question you can dream up. I have certain responsibilities to attend to, you know. I'm really quite the busy man. Or are you just pretending to be busy, That's just an awful thing to such a fragile old man. I work harder than I should at my age. I ask you, my boy, what could I even hope to accomplish by putting up such a pretense? I'm hoping to avoid talking about the case. You're trying to make me feel sorry for you. You obviously don't want to talk about the case anymore. That's why you're so keen to get out of this conversation, isn't it? It's just so tragic. It really is. That you would suspect me of such things. It's not a suspicion. It's a certainty. There were no clear grounds to which to base Kay's arrest for a start. Now, my boy, let's not get carried away. There's plenty of evidence to support our case. The mask, the letter, the corsage. The what? The corsage? These were all in her possession. And of course, her confession. More than enough to prove her guilt, I'd say. But those are... the corsage? What's the matter? Struggling to come up with a way to explain everything away? I'd say the same for you. Actually, I have a perfect explanation. Let me wait. Fuck, okay, damn it. Oh, it's true. Never mind. It's true I can't counter your argument right now. But you did let something valuable slip. Hold on. A suspiciously detailed knowledge of the evidence against Kay. He rattled off that list like he knew it inside out. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Oh. Who gave you the order? Who decided that Kay should be arrested? You know, I can't seem to remember. Don't ever get old, Milesy boy, or Miles, my boy. It wreaks havoc on the memory. Time to deploy my clue. I'd appreciate it if you stopped playing the old man card. You remembered the details of the evidence against Kay pretty clearly. Perhaps if your memory didn't fail you only when it was convenient, I'd be more inclined to believe you. So let me ask you again, who gave the order for Kay's arrest? You're a sharp one, I'll give you that. My son could learn a thing from... Oof. Talking about Eustace, huh? My son could learn a thing or two from you. If he wasn't such an incurable numbskull, that is. It's a tragedy, really. I don't want to hear about your son. I want to know who authorized the arrest. You're very mean. You know that, don't you? The arrest, you say? I believe the order was given by... You, of course, Judge Gavale. Come now, Chairman Winner. We both know it was you. All right. You got me. You make it sound like it was somehow a bad thing, though. But I have the reputation to uphold, so I guess I'd better clear up this little misunderstanding. I'll entertain your questions for a few more minutes. Let's see if I can't put your mind at ease. The key thing to do now is to establish how intimately he knows the details of the case. I just have to ask the right questions. Okay. The end game is at hand, but we're a few more moves away from the truth. Tell me what you know about Kay. You seem to know an awful lot about this case. Let's start with this one. The suspect, Kay Faraday. How much do you know about her exactly? I know that she's the suspect. Aside from that, not much else. Cross my heart, but it's true. I don't have a... so there's a clue first. So this guy's got some sort of connection with Kay then. Better try another track for now. You seem to know the case in quite some detail. I know about lots of things, my boy. I'm just smart like that. Too bad the same can't be said about the way that you handled Kay's arrest. Okay. I'm a very busy man. Do try to remember that I can bring this little chat to an end whenever I so choose. It's only taking so long because you won't give me a straight answer to any of my questions. If only you'd stop giving me the runaround, we'd be done already. So let's try this again. You seem to know the details of this case quite intimately. Why is that?
Oh, I didn't read that. He said, whoops.
Not exactly the most thrilling use of my time. Of course, it's part of the job.
Oh, because I read the case file, it's not the most thrilling part of the job.
I have to be a good role model. I can't be seen to be slacking. It can be so hard. But I have some time on my hands, so I read the whole thing from cover to cover.
Damn it! Okay, no, I think I clicked the wrong one. Okay. Let's get back to it. Okay. That's strange. I could have sworn that you just told me that you're a very busy man. Okay. I'd say the cracks are finally starting to show, wouldn't you? If you're so keen on being an upstanding leader, you can start by releasing Kay, you know. You really don't give up, do you? It's a moving sight, indeed, my boy. But a tragic one, too. After all, your efforts are for naught. I'm afraid your little friend was found unconscious near the scene of the crime. Did you see exactly where she was found, and what was the weather like that day? We have yet to hear much about the circumstances under which Kay was found. She was lying unconscious in the storeroom, correct? That's right. Although I'm not at liberty to tell you how I know that. He knows things even we didn't. In fact, he seems to be aware of every tiny detail about this case, as if he were there. This could be a very valuable clue. Time to deploy my clue. Sorry, but the more that you tell me, the less sense your story makes. For one thing, you know details that even those investigating the scene were not aware of. Why is that? Just how much do you really know, Chairman Winner? Excelsior. Oh, ho, ho. There's that intimidating face that you'd like to make again. Well, two can play this game. How do you like me now, I do have to commend you on your doggedness. Doggedness? It really is something. Heh, I'll take that as a compliment. Take it however you like, but wrap this up, will you? I just don't have the stamina anymore. She's the culprit, the only possible suspect. Just accept that already. How much more evidence did you want us to load her down with, for goodness sake? Load her down with? Load her down with? Yet another interesting turn of phrase. One that makes it sound like a lot of the items that Kay was carrying might have been foisted upon her. Impressive. You really do pay attention, don't you? It's no wonder they used to call you a prodigy, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. I think you know the answer to your own question by now. Why don't you just go ahead and say it? I want to hear it from you. It's finally time to shed light on the truth. All that's left is to play one last move. Kay is innocent. Oh, no, my boy. That's just clumsy. Anyone can blurt out a base assertion like that, even a disgraced superstar prosecutor. Time to deploy my clue. Except I know it wasn't her. Kay was framed. The true culprit set it all up so that she would take the fall instead. That is my answer, and I won't let you deny it any longer. Oh my, he burned his beard and then he took it out with his tears.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, ho, 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 ho. My, you really are a sharp one, hmm? It's a bit of a shame that you chose to hand in your badge. I admit it, you're right on all accounts. And that's checkmate. Mine chest, checkmate, in jail. Man, if only we had... wait, Canis is still in here, isn't he? We could probably... let's see if we can beat Canis in some mine chest. You knew Kay wasn't the real murderer, and yet you still had her arrested. What's worse, you thought you could get away with it. Well, you won't. Not if I can help it. There you go with that naivety again, my boy. I guess that's what... oh, that always was your problem. With the girl arrested and a conviction secured, this whole mess goes away, and that's what will happen. But whose interest does a conclusion like that serve? The committee's, I suppose. In mind. You know, listening to you just now, it really sort of got the tears flowing, I have to say. It was poignant and heartfelt and sincere and utterly infuriating. Look, I'm not perfect, I know that, but your lack of sophistication in these matters is beyond the pale. You insist that the truth is more important than anything else, but would you say the same if you knew what the real value of the truth is? What are you trying to say? When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it, little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer, that's the truth I created. Ugh. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You're so sincere sometimes, it's painful. It just makes me want to put you in your place. Knowing the real truth will get you nowhere, because that's how much it's worth. Nothing. Shocking, I know. But why not go after the real killer? How much do you even know about what really happened? You're still not getting it. That's your truth. And this is worthless. Mine is all that matters. You understand what I'm saying, don't you, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor? I have all the power here. Curse you. Well, aren't you menacing? And you and your little friend are just as bad as each other, violent criminals who deserve to be locked up. You'll pay for this. And with that, yet another person disappears from my life. Oh, it just makes me want to cry and cry and cry. Man. I cannot believe that Gavel works under that guy. I'm not planning to disappear just yet, Chairman Winner. There's still a hearing later today. Just you wait. One way or another, I'll prove Kay's innocence to the world. Then. Hold on, do I recognize? No, okay, I was going to look at some of these other prosecutorial members. We've got Dickhead McGee at the head of the chair. Gavel on the furthest right side. And a couple of interestingly faced. There's someone. Oh, okay. I was gonna say I was gonna ask who the missing one was. Eustace is here. Oh my god! I completely glossed over that stupid question mark smug-faced dickweed over there, and I was looking through everyone else. Lade's here though too as well. 10 members over a majority are present. I hereby call this hearing to order. We are gathered here today to assess the professional competency of Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Here in the sight of the goddess, we do solemnly swear to pass fair and frank judgment. Fair and frank? Don't make me laugh. Verity, if you would be so kind as to summarize the case against Mr. Edgeworth. On April 5th, despite having been advised of illegality of investigation he was conducting, the accused refused to desist and eventually had to be detained by myself and Chairman Winner. His actions compromised the investigation into the murder of a certain defense attorney, and despite having been presented with copious evidence of her guilt, he continues to insist that the suspect, 1 Kay Faraday, is innocent of all charges. Perhaps you could explain the details of the murder to us as well. Of course. On the morning of the 5th, the body of the victim was found here in the committee chamber. Further explanation will be provided by... Oh! Eustace, please don't take over the music. I beg of you. Me, Eustace Winner, Premier Prosecutor. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner.
Okay, he doesn't take over the music, thank God.
The murder itself happened late on the night of the 4th. The victim, Miss Rosie Ringer.
Oh! So we had a blue badger, pink princess, and I don't remember the one on the right, and the one in the middle I don't remember as well.
That same night, an illicit auction was being held here in this very room. Ringer took part in that auction? I think, yeah. Meaning that the murder took place sometime during the auction. When she was found, Ringer was dressed in an outfit that matched the description of the auctioneers. However, due to the fact that the auction carried on after the murder had occurred, I deducted that Ringer was not in fact the auctioneer.
You deduce nothing of the sort.
And what about the basis of which the suspect was detained, Mr. Winner? Yeah, I got this. So Faraday was overcome by... crushing remorse, Eustace. Yeah, that. Tons of crushing remorse, so she confessed. According to her confession, she was on the roof of that building when she encountered a person in a red raincoat on the viewing platform. And that person was Miss Ringer, I take it? Precisely, Mr. Chairman. The killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. But at the time when she was killed, Miss Ringer was wearing a red raincoat. And who won the race to find the raincoat nearby? Me, that's who.
Did you? I thought it was somebody from the forensics.
Strictly speaking, it was found by one of the forensic investigators under Mr. Winner's command.
I knew it.
The blood analysis on the coat showed that it was indeed Miss Ringer who had worn it. And the suspect's confession was the final nail in the coffin. She confirmed having committed the murder. So as you can see, Kay Faraday was the killer. There's no way anybody else could have done it.
All right, Miles. I expect you to have some objections. Let's get them out of the way, shall we?
I have no objections, Chairman Winner.
Well now, is that so? I thought it would have taken more than a...
No objections in the matter of my unauthorized investigation, that is. But in the matter of Miss Faraday's supposed guilt, I have plenty. Oh, come on, Gavel. I can personally attest to the fact that Mr. Winner's investigation was fair and impartial. Of course it was. When it comes to carefully conducted ops, I'm the winner every time.
You know, Miles, it's within my power to offer you a plea deal of sorts. If, and this is purely hypothetical of course, you were to withdraw your objections, you might wake up tomorrow to find yourself the proud owner of a seat of this committee.
He's bribing me? So I ask you again, do you have any objections, Mr. Edgeworth?
If you think you can buy my silence, think again.
You will watch your mouth.
Only if the chairman watches his. I didn't come here to talk about committee seats. I came here to talk about the murder case. I demand a statement under oath, and I won't rest until I have one. I want to know exactly what the committee's view of this incident is. You want to put us on trial, my boy? Very well, if it will make you happy. Verity, please provide Mr. Edgeworth with the materials pertaining to the case.
Really? But sir...
This will be his last hurrah, so let's humor him with the send-off he desires.
If you say so, Mr. Chairman.
One of the victim whose fingerprints and blood were on the hood. Photograph the mysterious figure in the raincoat. Taken just to the incident by Lana Hart, who snuck into the storeroom. The ringleader and an auction attendee came up on the elevator. A scream was heard not long after.
There was also this corset. Is it...
It doesn't look like it's anything that she's wearing.
A corset was something that the chairman brought up.
Secret elevator. It looks like it dripped through the floor below. Traces of blood were detected inside. Blood found in the committee chamber, was it placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom? Selection of various masks kept in track. Each participant in the auction wore one. Missing its left horn. This auction big building. Items on sale were mainly items for police evidence related to homicide cases. 11 attendees altogether. They were all wearing masks. Auction continued until after the murder occurred. Or even after the murder occurred.
White gloves, magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned.
These were fake, we came to find out. The records show that Gavel was there before. Okay. I just want to make sure that I fully remember and understand all the pieces of evidence that we have at hand. Three-armed candle holder that may have been the murder weapon. It still says may. Judging by the wounds of the victim's chest. Keycard that grants entry for the committee chamber found in the victim's hand. Kay remembers a person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Contains a cross-section of the building and a plain view of the platform. Okay. Torn from the victim's clothes. Okay, a lot of this stuff I don't think is going to come up again. Just want to be sure. You have no objections to Verity representing the committee. Oh my god. None whatsoever.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be fine. You'll see. Okay, Verity.
Miss Ringer attended the auction as a potential buyer. The red raincoat was one of the items up for sale.
Was it? Was it the red raincoat that was worn in the Zhang Fa case earlier?
So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. The only exit from the storeroom was, of course, the hatch leading up to the roof. After she'd emerged from the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case.
The raincoat was on offer that night.
Is that really true? We believe so, yes. You remember that failed assassination attempt on the president of Shangfa, I assume? The raincoat is a piece of evidence from that case. It should, of course, have remained safely under lock and key in the appropriate facility, and our inquiries reveal that it did in fact go missing under mysterious circumstances, and wound up in the auction along with everything else. That makes sense, I suppose. Wonderful work, Verity. Just wonderful. Crystal clear as ever. You flatter me, sir. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, perhaps you could save us some time and simply admit defeat? I'll do no such thing, thank you very much. Very well. It's all good to know that you still have some fight in you. It is? Why? Come to think of it, she said some strange things when she visited me this morning, too. What exactly is she up to?
Okay, I'm going to press everything again. In other words, a member of the committee was actively involved in an illegal evidence trade.
It is unfortunate. I don't know what else to say.
And of course, I'll be looking into any such activities just as soon as this hearing is over and done with.
I commend your decision to pursue the matter further, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, don't be silly, Verity. It's the least I can do, really. Not that it's any of your business, Miles. Not anymore. If only you'd remained a prosecutor. But you didn't. Now, if we're quite done making an old man cry over this whole sad affair...
Very well. Allow me to continue.
Hold it! So the raincoat really was one of the auction lots.
That's correct. I believe it originally belonged to Mr. Shelley D. Killer.
Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's the only logical conclusion.
It's from when he made his attempt on the president's life.
There was an unexplained mannequin standing among the other items on sale. They could very well have been used to display the code prior to the auction. Do we know how these items were being smuggled in?
That is still under investigations, and is entirely unrelated to the matter at hand. Especially considering that you will soon officially be prosecutor no longer, Mr. Edgeworth.
Sounds like the outcome of this hearing is a foregone conclusion. No surprises there.
My personal circumstances aren't important here now. Please continue, Your Honor. As I was saying, the raincoat was one of the items for sale. So our assumption is that after winning and paying for it, she left the auction with her purchase. Why did she leave so soon after making her purchase? Because of the auction house rules, winning bidders are expected to pay for their items immediately.
Miss Hall told us pretty much the same thing.
Miss Ringer, having paid for the raincoat, probably left immediately afterwards in accordance with the rules.
Hold it!
Okay. Miss Ringer was a member of the committee. Could she not have left the committee chamber via the main door? While the auction was still underway, that would risk exposing its existence to those outside the trusted circle of attendees. Given that Miss Hawk found out about it, I think its existence is already well exposed. The rules of the auction stated that the attendees were to enter and leave via the hatch in the roof. Miss Ringer had no reason not to follow those rules, and given where the murder took place, we know that she must have done so.
Hold it!
But why? What possible motive could Kay have had? That is exactly what we are hoping to establish in our upcoming interviews with Miss Faraday. Coercive interrogation after the fact, something you seem to specialize in. If the murderer knew that the attendees would all be leaving via the hatch, then the roof would have been the perfect place to lie in wait. So as I was saying, after she'd emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked. Shortly thereafter, where her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's view of the case. Flame went out. The flames of life, Mr. Edgeworth? Though, perhaps her flame was stolen from her is more spot on. But the candelabrum was that extinguished her life was one of the auction lots, meaning Kay had no way of getting a hold of it to begin with.
Overruled!
Miss Faraday could not have lain in wait for the victim without knowledge of the storeroom's existence. She could easily have snuck down the ladder and stolen it while the auction was still underway. If only she knew where the candle holder was during the auction. That would surely clear the matter up, no? Well, either of you? Sadly, we don't have anything that could tell us that much of a front at the moment. We do, though. Hang on. We don't have a picture. I know where the candelabrum was because we saw where the star thing was. Let me see, hang on. If only we knew where the candle holder was during the auction. Forgive me, sir. This is something that we're hoping to establish through further investigation. Well, isn't that a shame, Miles, my boy? It seems this line of inquiry is something of a dead end, isn't it? So their theory is that the victim and her killer met on the roof, and that's when the murder took place. In other words, it assumes that the viewing platform was the scene of the crime. But is that really the case? I thought I had evidence that clearly shows the story of what happened that night. Time to double check. Okay. When paying, she left the auction to her purchase. The only storeroom, of course, and the hatch leading up to the roof. Form that when more fraudulent over. Her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee view on this case. Drip to the floor below. Came into the elevator screaming heard not long after. Okay, it could be Lotta's picture, could be the elevator blood, or the committee chamber blood. I feel. And this concludes it. Emerging from the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Let me think. Because we know that she at least did get up there, or someone got up there with a red raincoat. Let me think. I'm gonna try. It's either. I think it's got to be one of the bloods. Looks like it dripped to the floor below. Her flame went out. Shortly thereafter, her flame went out, and thus concludes the committee's. Okay. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer. Hold on, let me double check. Okay. Committee's view of the case. Blood found. No, hold on. Blocks in the killer hid the body. Traces of blood were detected inside. What about the mysterious figure in the red raincoat? Bursting into the incident by Lana Hart, who had snuck into the store, the ringleader had an auction attendee came up on the elevator. A scream heard not long after. There's no... Oh, whoops, hang on. There's no way for me to see... Yeah, no, I can't see the candelabrum in here. God damn it. I wish I could. I want to say it's the blood, so I'll start with this.
Objection!
Okay, it's not that one, it's not that one, it's not that one. Ooh. Okay. There's... Okay. Could be this one, then? After she emerged on the viewing platform. It's one of these two, I feel like. That's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Because I don't think she died up top, or I'm like fairly certain of that. But I guess we also don't know when and where she died. We know she was attacked at the very least. Okay, so it could be this one then. Would it be the blood still, though? When she emerged on the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. It could be the blood, since there's no blood. We haven't found any blood on the upper area, to be yet. It's just the blood in the committee chamber and in the elevator storeroom area and the clothes box. So we have all three of these. But the victim's fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Or, at the same time, it could be Lotta's picture. Lotta's picture does show us a bit, namely that, first of all, whoever's wearing this has blood on their hands, so they were either already attacked or had attacked somebody with the blood-soaked hands. And also what it says on the picture. Photo taken after the incident by Lana Hart, who snuck into the storeroom, the ringleader of the auction. It could be this one, actually. We know there was an attack, and it wasn't by Kay, unless they suspect that Kay was already in there, and attacked Rosie, who is, I'm assuming, to be the assumed in this red coat, since they made mention of the fact that she purchased it, quote-unquote. But if she's already attacked before she even went up, then yeah, it wasn't... Okay, hold on. I have an idea. I think I...
Objection!
Okay. The brain is working still. We may have had a mishap already, but the brain does work. Maybe you can clear something up for me, Judge Gavelle. But what is Miss Hart doing here at this hearing? She's an eyewitness. I thought it would be obvious. Well, now, I ain't an eyewitness, more of an ear witness, I guess. Heh, she's not exactly the most confidence-inspiring choice to help you make your case, is she? I'd like to think I choose my allies a little more carefully than you, Mr. Edgeworth. Then you should question them more thoroughly, because there's something that she hasn't told you. Take a look at this. It's a photo taken by Miss Hart. Yes, in the storeroom, correct? What of it? According to your theory, the murder occurred on the roof. But according to Miss Hart's testimony, she happened to witness the entire incident unfold in the storeroom, just before she took this picture. Wait, you're saying that Gavelle got it? Wrong. That's exactly what I'm saying. What? Miss Hart, if I may confirm your account, if I can confirm your account of the events you witnessed that night, you saw the person in the picture, correct? I sure did. Oh, the goofy music. I sure did, clear as day, and with my own two eyes to boot. And what were your impressions of that at that point? My impressions? This right here is the scoop of the century, something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Ahem. I was hoping more of your impressions of the person in question. Oh, that there's a walk-in meal ticket? Seriously? Just my little joke. No need to look at me like I done sat on your lunch. Old red raincoat, right? Why, I took one look and I thought that's our perp right there. And therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought such a thing... Oh. Therein lies the rub. For Miss Hart to have thought of the such a thing means that the murder occurred. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, when will you learn to use your words? If it's an explanation of the facts that you require, you need only ask, you know. What do you mean? I assume that you're about to raise the issue of the voices Miss Hart heard. Voices that may be unrelated. Unrelated? You can do better than that. One was a voice of Miss Hart, who, one was the one of the voices Miss Hart really heard even Miss Ringer's? You're kidding me, right? Them folks was talking crime-related turkey, or my name ain't Lotta Danged Hart. Ah, but did you hear them clearly? Well, can't rightly say for sure, but I can't rightly say nothing, and you know it. That was using voice changers. I done told y'all that. Precisely. Miss Hart heard voices, but those voices were disguised, which means we cannot even be certain what type, that whatever she did over here had anything to do with the murder.
Objection!
Oh? Miles! What you got there? Heh. You don't need to yell objection in order to sigh at me, Mr. Edgeworth. It seems I overestimated you, Judge Gavelle. Nonsense. Verity's the best of us, my boy, the very best. And yet she believes that what Miss Hart heard might not have anything to do with the murder. Even supposing that that's the case, it doesn't prove the murder didn't happen in the storeroom. The incident happened before the victim was able to go up to the roof. That much we can say for certain, and I can tell you why. The blood on the hand?
Take that!
We initially thought that the person in the red raincoat was the culprit. Yes, because Miss Hart said as much. Indeed, she told us about the blood that she saw on this person's hand, and I doubt many people would have thought that differently given her testimony. Ergo, if this person is the killer, then the blood that we see would have been when they attacked the victim. But knowing what we know now, that this person is in fact the victim, it recontextualizes everything. The presence of the blood still shows that the picture was taken after the attack. But now it tells us something very important about the victim too. Was the ringleader struck the killer, survived the attack? Struck the killer? I would say survived the attack, because assuming this is the victim, we know that they stayed alive. There's no doubt in my mind that the victim was attacked in the storeroom, but here we have a photographic evidence of her standing upright and alive, albeit with a bloody hand. This can only mean that Miss Ringer survived the attack. The blood on her hand is from the wounds that she had sustained. What are you talking about? Who dies from a hand wound? The wound wasn't on her hand, Mr. Winner. I imagined that she had used her hand to try to staunch a wound. That's right. While it's impossible to tell from this angle, the victim was already mortally wounded here. Oh, ho, ho. Well, that certainly wouldn't change things, wouldn't it? It very much would, not least by making it absurd to suggest that Kay was the attacker. Her encounter with the victim happened after this picture had been taken, after the victim had already been attacked and was in critical condition. To put it to you, that all Kay witnessed was the victim finally succumbing to her wounds. That would have been quite the coincidence. It's a textbook case of wrong place, wrong time, I'd say. Uh-oh. You seem to be forgetting a rather important fact, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that or pretending to not remember it. What? What fact am I forgetting? I think it's time to wrap things up, don't you, Verity? Put that boy out of his misery. Dad, Gavelle works for me. Why do you keep giving her orders? That's my job. You really are a total and utter embarrassment. I am not. I hate to break it to you, but you both are. Go to it, Gavelle. Put Edgeworth out of his misery? As you wish. Oh boy. Miss Ringer's body was found with 3 wounds in her chest. And we all know that those wounds are from, where all those wounds are from, don't we? That's right, they're from when she was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I want to check something first. Is there stab wounds on this? Worn by the victim's fingerprints were, and blood were found on the hood. Was she wearing the hood? Hold on. Okay, I need to probably hear him out some more. Was she wearing the hood when she was stabbed by the candelabrum? We know that she wasn't wearing this. This was fabricated evidence. We know that they put this on her afterwards. They wanted it to look a certain type of way, and as such, they put her in this outfit and then stabbed her with the candelabrum. But I wish I could look at this. I don't think there's any holes on this. It looks like it's just the Sakura petals, some mud. It does say that whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. Blood, yes. Fingerprints, maybe, as well, since we know that they were bloodied. Stabs, too, as well, probably. But I don't think I see the stab wounds from the candelabrum. Assuming they were stabbed with this on. Now, granted, it could be... Is it like a one-way hoodie? Is that a zipper? Maybe? Oh, God, I don't know. I'm on the assumption that if she got stabbed while wearing the raincoat, you'd at least see it. I'll have to think about that one. She was stabbed in the chest by a 3-armed candelabrum. I doubt anyone could survive such grave wounds. If you care to read the coroner's report, I'm sure you could change your tune. Coroner's report. What did... That was hard statement. That's the key card. Okay, we don't actually have that right now. Nicely done, Gavel. Now Edgeworth will have to make several objections. I'm afraid, and yes, I'm afraid I will. What? Why? Weren't you listening? Oh, I was listening. Very carefully, in fact. Hence my objections. Come on, why do you always have to undermine me? That's never my intention, I assure you. It isn't? Because you do it so very well yourself every single time already. Of course it isn't. Yeah, I knew that, because I'm... Please, Eustace, just stop. For goodness sake, you've already embarrassed me enough. Huh? What do you mean, Dad? His dad's like, oh, why did I have to raise such an idiot? Misinger's body was found with 3 stab wounds to the chest. Okay. With 3 wounds, that can't have been very pleasant. Yes. Which is why we must see that the perpetrator of this cruel act pays for their sins. I... Don't listen to her, Kay. She's just trying to scare you. If we could please continue on, Judge Gavel. Very well. As I was saying, there was 3 wounds. I'm going to take another sip. Give me a second. We all know what these wounds are from, don't we? The candelabrum is the assumption. I do, but perhaps we should ask Mr. Winner. He does, I'm sure, don't you, Eustace? Who, me? Oh, you bet I do. I know this case inside out. Who does he think he's fooling? Eustace, my boy, make an old man happy and at least glance at the coroner's report, would you? Sure. Let's see. Yada yada, 3 puncture wounds, blah blah, candle holder. No way. That's what they used? Crazy. Ahem. Precisely. The wounds were inflicted just as Eustace says. Yada yada, blah blah blah, he says. They're from when she was stabbed in the chest by 3-armed candelabrum. And you're sure the stabs to the chest were the cause of death? There's no doubt about that. None. One of the spikes of the candelabrum even pierced the victim's heart. And unless you mean to call Dr. Hurt's professional opinion into question, we can only treat that as a fact. The coroner's opinion backing up my own winning ones. Now that's what I call a flawless victory. Well, I'm certainly not about to ignore the coroner's findings. Hey, what about my findings? You can't just ignore them. But if the cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum, that would seem to contradict one of the Oh. Wait, really? Okay, so it might be this, but which one? Hang on. If the cause of death was really the puncture wounds to the chest from the candelabrum... Okay, I think this was... Yeah, this is the coroner's finding, so let me read it. Preliminary findings place the time of death at some time late last night. Cause of death is a set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Other remarks, prominent burn mark on the back of the victim's right hand. So a head wound and 3 punctures to the left. Is it possible? Let me see. Is there anything else we can gather from this picture? A lot of her to scream. Okay, hold on. Just a scream heard not long after that. So she was attacked. Couldn't have been stabbed then. If the hold on. Wait, nope. Hang on. Cause of death, 3 puncture wounds on the left side. Was she stabbed and then lived. No. If it punctured... Hold on. If she got stabbed, walked away, then died up top, then got bonked on that... What? Hold on. Something's not adding up. I want to see the front side of this. I can't tell if she got stabbed on the front where wearing this jacket. It doesn't look like there's any puncture marks on this jacket. So... Unless she might have been... But no, we know that she's wearing the jacket. But she couldn't have been stabbed while wearing this jacket unless they just unless the jacket was... like, I'm getting into semantics here, I think, but this seems so weird. I don't see, similarly to how this outfit was punctured, I don't see any puncture wounds here at all. It looks like maybe her hand bled, or what I'm thinking now might actually be the thing, because I didn't actually catch that, I forgot. Maybe she got bonked on the head by something, or maybe they beat her over the head with something first. But could they be able to tell if that happened post-mortem? I'm not sure. Probably they can. But something here is off. Edgeworth is saying that something's off, so something in the coroner report is not correct, per se. And I think it has something to do with the idea that she doesn't have any stab wounds on her in her red jacket, or while she's wearing the jacket. Or like we can't see them. So my assumption is that maybe if she wasn't bonked, maybe she was something else happened prior to the stabbing, but it made her bleed, and so maybe the blood is from that. And then she tried to escape or went up top, and then she saw Kay, maybe passed out, or maybe she hit her head on the way up. I don't know. And then they brought her back and stabbed her or something, and then they swapped the outfits to try to plant it as some other way. That's my current thought process behind it. So at the very least, where I stand with it is maybe I can present the coroner's finding, or either the jacket or this again. I don't think it'd be the blood, but as a means to prove that this cause of death really was the puncture wounds to the chest. Yeah, if the cause of death was the stabbings, then it probably would have happened when she got stabbed, not, you know, she lived and got away, and then what, she died to the stabbing afterwards again? No. Or not really the stabbing again, but she would eventually die of blood loss or whatever. Like, she was running on very little borrowed time if that were the case. It seems like the stabbing was the end-all be-all. Okay, hold on. None of the spikes in the control room ever pierced... Okay, so none... One of the... Oh, no! One of the spikes even pierced the victim's heart. So, yeah, no, that would be the end-all be-all. It's just like borrowed time. She'd have no time to borrow. Okay, hold on. Cause of death, there's no doubt about that. None. One of the spikes in the kill even pierced the victim's heart. Unless you mean to call the victim or the call doctor for the personal opinion to question, we can only treat that as a fact. But then that would mean, hold on, if it was 100% the candelabrum, yeah, no. Set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Victim also suffered a head injury. Maybe she could have suffered the head injury still after the fact. Maybe they just, like, she screamed, they put their hand over her, they put her inside of the box or whatever, and, like, she hurt herself there or something. But if she was stabbed, she shouldn't be standing up. That would be my assertion of that. I was also just... My mind was like, there's no holes in front of the jacket, but if she was stabbed, or, like, if... It's not a matter of there being holes, it's if she was stabbed, she shouldn't be moving at all. I was so caught up on the fact that there weren't any holes on the jacket that was where my mind went. Okay. Okay. He's not just ignoring my findings, he's ignoring me! Do something, Gavel! As you wish. At the very least, I will ensure that he cannot ignore my own conclusions. Okay. So it's probably that third one, it looks like, but I'm still gonna go through the whole thing, just to be sure. But the victim may not necessarily have died instantly. I think we can say that much at least. Perhaps, but she would surely not have lived for longer than a few moments either. So there are people who could survive even if they stabbed them in the chest. Okay, this was something I was wondering about. Sure, there might be, and there might not be too. Eustace, you're not helping. So, which is it? Trust me, there are not. And in this case, you're still tempted to believe there might be?
Hold it!
Okay, so she brings up the coroner's report, so I think it could probably... I'm leaning more towards the coroner report, either the jacket or the picture again. The cause of death is said to be 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle.
Owie!
Brutus, how were the big booty Latinas he?
Shizui, welcome in. And as for the Latinas, I don't know. I'm not sure that there are any in the vicinity currently, unless you wish to label Gabelle as a big booty Latina. I'm not sure if she is though, but she's a very pretty woman. I'll give her that. So I would say that they're probably okay. But welcome in nonetheless, Shizui, and thank you for the biddy. How are you doing? I hope things have been well for you.
Well done for reading, Mr. Edgeworth. That report forms the basis of my own conclusions. In other words, if I disprove that what it says... So yeah, I have to disprove it, which means either I can use it as a means to take back on the report that she mentioned earlier in the third one, or it has something to do with the jacket, which I can use either the picture or the jacket itself for, is my guess. In other words, if I can disprove what it says, I disprove your conclusions too. You have the strangest sense of humor, but I wouldn't mind seeing you try. However, before you do, I would advise you to read the report very carefully. After all, I'm not interested in your opinions, only in solidly grounded deductions. Very well, then you shall have my deductions. Mr. Edgeworth? Don't worry, Kay. Everything will be alright. I need to find something to prove that the victim was still alive and breathing immediately after the attack. Would it be the picture again, then? Okay, I think that might be it then. Okay, I was leaning towards something else, but yeah, it's probably the picture, because after the attack, Lotta says that she was standing, and we can see that in the picture. I'm good. Yesterday, my sister started her very first day of high school. Well, okay, well, congrats to her. I hope that she can find time to enjoy it, because I know that the school life has shifted a lot since the last time I was in school, with all the AI and all this other stuff going on around in it. So I hope that, at least for what it's worth, if it isn't strictly educational purposes, that if she can find her friends or like figure out where she wants to be and what she wants to do in school, I think that saves the high school experience for a lot of people. One can only hope. If I can't, Kay's fate will be sealed. Okay, so if what Edgeworth said was right, I was wrong. No. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, damn it. I thought... Wait, no? It's 5 and green wind in the coroner's report. I'm sure it would change your tune. Would it be the coroner's finding? It's not! I'm so wrong! What? Okay. Okay, I was wrong. Unless... Okay, hold on. I have one more. I was so certain that we could use the picture again. Halada's explanation shows it, and then I was also sure it was the coroner's report. Is it the jacket, then? One of the victim's fingerprints and blood was found on the hood. It could be. It is the only... Okay. God... Oh my god. I went for the other two seemed like they made more sense, because there was much more to say off of them. Okay, well, I was on the right track, but I... Oh my god, okay. Chairman Winner, you know what this is, of course. The red raincoat. That's right. Isn't it, Verity? Don't be a tartar. The woman is evil. I don't believe you. What's up? I don't buy it. I'm sure she's probably misguided, or that there's something else being played under here. I don't believe that Gabelle is evil. I will not succumb to your brainwashing. She has a Boruto backpack, Boruto pins, and a Boruto keychain plush. FYI, she's a super huge Boruto fan. Well, I hope that she can find people of like-mindedness then. Because I know... Ooh, excuse me. I know that school, and especially once you get to middle and high school, it can be a very cruel environment for certain. So I hope that she can find her group and her standing to be able to go ahead and enjoy those years. That's right, isn't it, Verity? Yes, sir, the one Miss Ringer was wearing. I warn you, Mr. Edgeworth, you will not be thanked for retreading old ground here. Is it going to be because of the puncture wounds and the fact that we don't see any holes in the jacket, or what's the thing here? Well, I'm afraid I might have to, I might have to regardless. Now then, if you'll answer me this, Judge Gavel. You told us that the victim's bloodstains were found on the coat. But do you remember where exactly they were found? Of course, they were found on the hood and... No! Hold on, is that on the hood? I'm gonna... Oh! Oh! Oh my god, okay. There was some reading and some important... Ow!
She told me her first day was good. She found her own little friend group.
Well, that's good.
Other kids had Jujutsu to Kaisen backpacks or Attack on Titan backpacks, lol.
Yeah, the new gen weaves, I imagine. They can probably all huddle about and find each other nonetheless. Well, I'm glad for her. That's always probably one of the more important things, is finding a place or a spot where you can be comfortable, especially in your those last years of most educational careers. Give or take, depending on if anyone wants to seek a college profession or not. It just clicked on what it was that I missed. Like, the important detail here was victim of blood were found on the hood. And I'm assuming now, because it's called the red raincoat, not the red hood, that the blood was found on the hood part of the jacket, not on the jacket itself. That was what I was assuming when I was reading that, was that they found blood on the hood. And so I was like, okay, yeah, there's blood maybe on like the sleeves or like the chest or something like that, which is why I was so caught up on the holes, on the puncture wounds. I was like, if there's puncture wounds on there, yeah, like I could see why that would be the case or stuff, but I don't see any puncture wounds. And so, ow!
Anime has taken over because at her school there's a lot of people that talk about anime, etc. I said anime has taken over.
Well, that's good, but like still, I would still be somewhat wary or cautious of some. We've had the discussion of LARPers or people who are kind of just in it as a fad or so for certain things and stuff like that. So even though there are still some people who I guess would be under the label of LARPer or like probably like entry level like weaves or stuff like that, like, give or take, depending on how certain people react to X, Y, or Z in regards to whether it be anime tropes or like certain anime types or even certain anime titles at that, you know, still be like cautious about it. You know, it's definitely taken on and become a lot more mainstream, but how certain things and certain attributes are presented and received by certain groups, I know is certainly not always to the best regards, especially when it comes to anime in recent years. God, I feel so dumb though now that it like clicked. I was like, oh, we can see this, you know, because I was caught up on what Gavel said about like if I can prove that we can see that she wasn't dead after the attack or whatever. So I thought it was this, and I thought that, you know, we can prove her wrong with her own coroner report. And then the only other thing that I had, which realistically should have been the first or like at least the second, was the hood, because now I know that it's not just the jacket itself, but the hood specific spot. Which means, yeah, she probably got bonked in the head or something, like she got hit in the head really hard. Of course they were found on the hood, and no! What's the matter, Verity? The hood and... was blood found anywhere else on the raincoat? No, it was not. Doesn't that strike you as odd? The victim died of a stab wound to the chest. Wouldn't that lead one to expect to find bloodstains in that area? And yet there was blood only on the hood. That's a glaring contradiction if I saw one. So did they... So then, yeah, that's what the difference is. Owie! Oh! Oh, wait. Was there a message attached to that? Oh, wait, no, there... Did you accidentally send one without a mission? Without a message, Shizui? Nonetheless, I thank you for the biddy, but... I don't think I see a message. I'm scrolling around. I don't see if there was a message on that one. Oh, there it is. Okay, it didn't get read. Okay. Yes. Her first homework is she has to use the binders they gave her in her photography. Oh, she's taking photography. And had to decorate it using magazines or anything on piece of paper, etc. I see. Okay. I guess Brian just didn't want to read that time. But I see. finding good electives is always a good thing to have. I took several in the entirety of my, not necessarily I guess like my high school career, but I would even like back in middle school I took choir, I took band, I took in high school there was the what was it called again? Audio visual class that I took, and so that's how I learned a little bit about how to like edit and like record and do stuff for some of that stuff. That's where some of my knowledge for that came from. And I think it's probably the elective I think that has stuck with me the longest, that like I did have some learning and stuff go through that I was able to go ahead and use after the fact. So it's good for her to have at least an elective choice that she has interest in, and I hope that she's able to go ahead and pursue things through that guard. Time of death late last night. Cause of death was there's 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. Also suffered a head injury post-mortem after death, but that was not the case. It's probably the more likely that she was bonked on the head first, maybe incapacitated, maybe even put in the box. Not sure how that's going to come into play yet, but maybe put in the box, escaped, and then no, that wouldn't make any sense. She would have had to have been attacked. This is strange. I'm not understanding at what point did she get stabbed, because she has to make her way up to see Kay at some point. It's so weird. It's gonna make her binder all her interests and fun stuff on it, etc. I hope that she's able to go ahead and find it without like damaging, say, like manga or whatever. Unless, I guess, like, maybe she could print it, like, print it on a printer paper, like, find a JPEG or something, slap it on something, and then cut it out, put it on her binder. That'd probably be a decent way to go ahead and do that. The head wound the victim suffered wasn't just some incidental injury. It was inflicted before the stab wounds to her chest. Perhaps you are correct. Perhaps the victim did sustain the head injury first. As you said, if she had been stabbed first, there should be blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, Miss Ringer cannot have been stabbed before the head injury had been inflicted on her. But even if we concede this point, that the head injury came before the chest wound, what difference would it make? How does it change our understanding of the case? I'd say it changes things a great deal. In fact, it raises an even more fundamental contradiction. That is quite the bold claim, Mr. Edgeworth. I have to admit that you have me intrigued. Perhaps you could show us this fundamental contradiction. It's for the coroner's report, with some evidence. Which piece of evidence best demonstrates the contradiction in order of the theories revealed?
OFC, she going to add anime, specifically Boruto, on it XD.
Alright. Just as long as it's taken about, I guess, in a regular way, whether you guys have printer papers or the school does, or a decent way to be able to go ahead and do that, because I was trying to figure out in my head how you would do that, and I was like, oh man, it would suck to cut up some like manga panels or like stuff to go ahead and do that. I can see why you could, and like how it'd be like a decent art project and stuff like that, but like you'd have to buy probably like another one just so you could have one that's not chopped up.
Take that!
Has to be this. This is Dr. Hurt's preliminary findings, according to which the victim suffered a head injury post-mortem. The order suggested that the bloodstains on the raincoat is exactly the opposite. Yes. Bailiff, this court hereby subpoenas Dr. Hilda Hertz to the committee chamber with all due haste. Until she testifies, this case cannot be brought to a close. So the grandma has to make her way back, huh? Yes, Your Honor. I'll go fetch her at once. Emma! Owie!
We're rich!
Oh. Did it happen again? Brian. Brian, why are you not reading these? Hang on. We can cut up manga panels because there is a manga store near us. Great idea. Oh. Well, I guess if that's something that you guys want to do, that's entirely up to you and how you choose to go ahead and spend your time and money. It was just an idea because I'm a little bit older fashioned, and so if it wasn't outside of the internet and like printing it on papers and stuff like that, the only thing I can think about is the physical media behind it. Okay. Unfortunately, Dr. Hertz is a very busy woman. I doubt she'll be able to come immediately. In the meantime, there is another important angle I'd like to explore. Frankly, something has been bothering me about the person at the heart of this case. The so-called ringleader. Who exactly are they? Yeah, good point. We never looked into that, huh? Despite having been mentioned repeatedly in this hearing, we still don't know even the most basic facts that might help us uncover their identity. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, do you have any thoughts on the matter? We've seen nothing that might serve as clear evidence in the auctioneer's identity as of yet, but there is someone involved with the case that I can name. I suspect that at the very least they might be able to point us in the right direction. And that's Chairman Winner. I demand that you testify as to what you know. What? Well, what say you, Excelsius? Are you crazy? Why would you accuse my dad? You would cast doubt on the integrity of the chairman of the committee. Do you understand the implications of such an act? I don't care who or what he is. We're talking about the truth here. And about a man who seems dead set on framing Kay at all costs. The mask, corsage, ticket stub, and everything else, the items Kay was carrying when she was found. They were deliberately placed in her possession somehow, by Chairman Winner himself. A shocking accusation, and one I find hard to believe, but for the sake of completeness, I must ask, why would he do such a thing? To cast suspicion on Kay, of course. Why else? I even managed to get him to say something to that effect. Chairman Winner, your rebuttal, please. I think the good chairman might be in shock. Uh-oh. So what if I did? Did you hear me, my dear boy? I said, now what if I did? You saying that you got me to admit as much, but where's your proof, With no witnesses to speak of, your word alone is hardly enough to make an accusation like that stick. Or do you mean to tell me that you have, or you mean to tell us that you have something more to base your outburst on? He still has the arrogance to show, that he showed back at the detention center, and yet... Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to have to ask you to explain yourself, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman. Not at all. I'll be interested to hear this myself. I'm intrigued to learn where Miles might have gotten that idea that I'm some sort of criminal. Because you'll never find a more fine and upstanding citizen than myself. There's a lot of nerve, acting all innocent like that. Very well. Let us start at the beginning. The fact that the auction took place right here in the hallowed trial chamber is a point of suspicion, a location that should, by rights, only be accessible by members of the committee. Yeah, they all have keycards to this room after all. Furthermore, these auctions seem to be held on a somewhat regular basis, and, for that to be possible, there can only be one winning explanation. That's right, Mr. Winner, that the auctioneer is a member of the committee. What? No! What on earth is wrong now? What do we do, Dad? I played right into his hands. Oh. You did indeed, you utter nitwit. But Miles, my boy, do you realize that you've cast quite a wider net than your explanation? That's true. There are 11 members of the committee altogether. 10 given Miss Ringer's unfortunate passing. 10 potential suspects in total. Well, it certainly isn't me. And it can't be the chairman, can it? Whoever it is, speak up right now. Calm down, all of you, please. Well, Miles, is that all the proof that you have against me? Heh, you're very quiet all of a sudden. But it's too late to back out now. You've accused a former chief prosecutor and current committee chairman of a crime. I would tell you to prepare for the worst. But there's no preparing for what you're about to face. Oh boy. Is this gonna be it? I thought we would at least talk to the grandma first, but... You've been forcing us to argue over every little detail for a while now. Where the murder happened, the order of the victim's injuries, some other things I can hardly even remember. But you needn't be bothered, my boy, because it's all irrelevant in the end. Think about it. The suspect herself has already said that she did it. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and her sentence will be lighter for it, so rejoice. And there you have it. Feel free to pick the holes in it if you see fit. How can I when it was barely a testimony to begin with? That man is a very powerful person, isn't he? It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Please, just let it go. I did it. I'm the murderer. I even remember doing it. You saw a flash of something half-remembered, Kay, nothing more. If you must believe in something. Believe me when I say that you should believe in your own innocence instead. But... I'm up against the head of the committee here. This isn't going to be easy. But he seems to think he's already won. Perhaps I can use that against him.
Hmm. Okay. Let's go from the top.
Even if the broad strokes are correct, it doesn't make something true. Oh, don't be such a stick in the mud. I'd say that the bigger picture is more than enough here. After all, every case has its little inconsistencies and contradictions. If we let ourselves get bogged down in every single one, we'd never make any arrests. And once we did, the trials would drag on forever. Even you understand that, right? Not in the slightest. Hence my inquiry into the details. Oh, to be so young and pig-headed. Anyway, you ought to keep digging. You keep digging these into these little details.
Okay.
Hold it!
I seem to recall the ringleader's identity and the faulty coroner's report being critical points of contention. Yes, I was listening, my boy. But critical is a matter of opinion. How could you possibly suggest that such fundamental issues are not important? Perhaps it is your ability to make sound judgments that should be on trial here today. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Bravo, my young hothead. Wonderfully cutting stuff. You do like to try, though, don't you? We're not getting anywhere with these so far.
Hold it!
There's no way any that we've discussed today is irrelevant. Not unless you intend to bury the truth. But none of it is relevant, my dear boy. The only reason you keep trying to make it relevant is because otherwise you're up a creek without a paddle. Okay, nothing. Jesus, we're getting nothing here.
Hold it!
Just because she confessed to something doesn't make it the truth. Kay is suffering from amnesia, so any statement she makes should be taken with at least a grain of salt. Whoa! That's his objection sound. Oh my god, I didn't expect that. And that also wasn't the voice that I was expecting him to have. Even so, it doesn't exactly solve anything for us, does it, dear boy? And it would be nonsensical to dismiss her confession outright. I tell you what, why don't we ask her one last time? Though I'm sure she'll just say that she did it again. Fine, let's do it. Let's ask her again. We'll see if she really believes herself to be the culprit. Huh? You mean me? Is this really what you want, Mr. Edgeworth? If it goes badly, it could significantly weaken your position. I know, but there's no other way. I only request that I be the one to question her. You really know how to tug at an old man's heartstrings, do you? Or you know? Fine, but fine, ask away, on one condition. If this turns out to be a waste of time, that's it. Well, this is the only thing that I've got right now, so sure. We'll call the proceedings to an end then and there. Agreed. Call the proceedings to an end? You mean the hearing? Yes, dear boy, that's right. Perhaps you aren't a complete muddlehead after all. Now, just so we're clear, if we ask again and that's all that happens is the girl confirms her guilt, she is officially declared guilty on the spot. Yes, that sounds like a great plan if I do say so myself. That's it. You just declare her guilty just like that. That's the gist of it. It's a big risk, but he's going to find a way to condemn her either way if we don't do something. Okay. Yes? I know it's a lot to ask, but I need you to think. Do you remember anything else about what happened on the day of the murder? Anything that might help us prove your innocence? Why? Why are you still fighting it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's no use. I can't be of any help to you. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to try and remember anymore. What if I remember something even worse? And if I did, I'd just be making more trouble for you. Please just accept it. That Kay that you thought that you knew is a dangerous criminal. A criminal who let you down and betrayed your trust. Don't worry, Kay. You have nothing to be afraid of. I may not have known you very long, but I know you well enough. And right now, I'd say I know you better than you know yourself. Oh my god, what a shot! Oh, this is probably, yeah.
Take that!
You're the great thief, Yadagarasa. Whew! I was like, oh my god, that's a huge one. I guess if you... Okay, this is who you... Okay, this is who you really are. And you choose anything else, you're the... My word. You're the great thief, Yadagarasu. A noble outlaw who would never stoop so low as to kill. I can't do it. Okay, no, I believed in you, please. I'm sorry, because all I can see is the one memory that's returned. I have to face it. Don't, please, Kay.
Hold it!
Hold it. No, the only evidence of your guilt is the confession they forced out of you. As I said earlier, you have to believe that you're better than that. Or are you saying you don't believe a word of what I've been telling you? No, it's not that. You're trying so hard to help me. And you're risking so much for me. It's too much. You have to stop. I'm begging you. Ah, so that's what's going on. I thought it was strange, but now I see. The reason you're allowing yourself to be railroaded into accepting your fate is because of me, isn't it? Aww. Which is exactly what the K I know would have done. You're a good person, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm not. And I don't plan on becoming one anytime soon. Because despite all your wishes to the contrary, I'm still trying to help you. So you see, I've merely been servicing my own ego, regardless of what I put you through. Now, let's try this again. See the good in yourself. Okay. Remember the noble thief that you truly are. The memory of you committing the murder, you need to question it with all that you have. That's all I ask. So please, do it for me. Come on, Kay. Kay, please. Oh. Kay. Something else, come on. What's wrong? Did you remember something? Ho. It'd be like some cliche movie plot if she did. But she did it. Well, huh? A cow? A cow? A cow? How would she... How... A cow? A cow! Oh my god, a cow! I was like, a cow? How did a cow get up there? I was like, how the hell did she see a cow from up here? Oh, a cow! This has to be it. This has to be it. Oh my god, okay. Oh my god. I was actually about to be like, what did she remember? A cow. Oh my god. It clicked! A cow! A cow? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would perhaps ask her for a few more details? Well, Kay, what can you tell us about this cow? I remember now. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. Oh. The stuffed animal originally found in the Zhangfa presidential plane, missing its left. I just had a horrible thought. It didn't lose its other horn because it was sturdy enough to pierce her, and that was the initial stab wound, and then they placed the blame onto the candelabrum just so that way they could not have it be attached to the cow, which was a piece of evidence. A thought just crossed my mind, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Holy cow! Oh my god, the way that it clicked. She said a cow, and I tried searching the evidence, and wouldn't you know it, there just so happens to be. Sure hope they don't milk this moment. Oh boy. Oh brother, that'd be an utter failure. Somebody pull the comically large cane and pull this guy off the stage. The person in the red raincoat, she had it in her hand. Oh. A stuffed cow. I can see it so clearly now. And there's the burn mark. Yep, we know exactly who we're looking at then. She had a stuffed cow in her hand. Are you sure, Miss Faraday? Are you absolutely certain? Yes, I'm sure. Then this court acknowledges the defendant's latest statements as new testimony.
Objection.
Uh-oh, objection. Have you lost your mind, Verity? We can't accept testimony like this. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, information pertaining to the victim and her possession is new and highly relevant evidence. Ooh. Need I remind you of the addled state of her memory? No, that simply won't do. Oh, it won't do now, will it? When we were claiming that it wasn't going to be good enough before, now you decide to take our side with it, huh? Addled? But if we claim her memory is unreliable now, then our own argument is weakened, sir. You said yourself only a few minutes ago that thanks to the suspect's confession, we need not worry ourselves over the finer details, did you not? Were we to call the validity of her memories into question, then we must also call into question the confession on which of which our entire argument is based. Is that really the most advisable course of action? Yes, you're right. Proceed as you see fit, then. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mistakes are too high. Best take your beef elsewhere. How many of these do you have, huh? You seem to have come preloaded with a fair share of cow puns. We're still in the game, but only by the skin of our teeth. And only thanks to Judge Gavel's intervention. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. That's what I'm saying! What's up? I don't buy your propaganda. I don't think that Gavel is bad. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, the stuffed animal. I believe the cow in question is this thing here, Your Honor. We found it in the storeroom and believe it is yet another auction lot. Oh, wait, that's. Do you know something, Gavel? No, it's just not what I imagined. I suppose it is a rather odd thing for the victim to have been carrying. I should look it over carefully. It is missing. Okay, no, it is. Wait, I thought it was missing a horn even before. Okay, so that's important. Let me see. So first, the right horn seems intact, but I can't say it's doing much for the overall symmetry of the stuffed toy. Look, Mr. Edgeworth, it moves. It does? It sounds like sand being crushed? It would seem there's a recording device. A recording device hidden inside. And I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Nothing to say for yourself? I've waited so long for this day, and now I finally have my revenge. Oh. Could this be the moment of the murder? And someone made a recording of it. I didn't even get to look at the part that was broken, but sure. Fitted with a recording device that captured part of a conversation. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. That was our victim. Hey, that's them right there. Them's them voices I heard. Sure as eggs and eggs. Unfortunately, we have no way of verifying whether these voices were recorded. It's possible they have nothing to do with the murder. If only there was some accompanying video footage. You got bugs in your ears or something, lady? I done told you, them's the voices I heard. And we already know the victim was holding that thing, right? So it's gotta be from when she got it. Yes, it is a possibility, but a weak one with without more than your word to back it up. The reason all these puns are fresh on my mind because a chat I'm in was doing them yesterday. Really? What other cow-related puns, or like what other cow-related instances would these puns be necessary for? I'm gonna take another sip. We need something more, something credible. We need. Yet again, she seems to be stepping in. Judge Cavell, I think we all know the voices are from the moment of the murder. Consider for a moment that the words that we heard, consider for a moment the words we heard one of the speakers say. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I believe we have something that could explain what these words are referring to and how it's all related. which because evidence proves that the voices are from when the murder occurred. Would it be the coroner's report that talks about how she has a prominent burn on her hand? Hold on, what did the thing say? Consider for the moment that we were aware I knew the moment I laid that. You can't hide that burn from me. Okay. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it was the coroner's report. The coroner's preliminary findings? How did they prove anything? Ah! Indeed, one on this page shows what the voices shows that the voices must be from the time of the murder.
Take that!
Think again on the words that we heard. This part in particular sticks out in my mind. You can't hide that burn from me. The victim had a prominent burn mark on the back of her hand, right? And what of it? According to Kane's testimony, the victim was carrying the stuffed cow toy, and a burn mark, an identifying mark unique to the victim, was mentioned on the recording it captured. Huh, it's just a coincidence. Stuff like that happens all the time, right? Something even more interesting to take into consideration based off of what we know in regards to what the cow said was... hold on, do we have that as updated evidence on here? Okay, oh no, it says right here. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. Something about, I can't wait to get my revenge, you can't hide that burn from me. It means that the person who knew her, or the person who was there, had to have known her. That's what I was trying to get to. Was that, obviously, this is somebody who knows who she is because they can recognize the burn mark on her, which means that they had to have seen her and had to have known her. Like, but both things are fact to this. I'm not so sure that it does, especially not in this case. The court accepts that the recording may be from the time of the murder. In which case, one of the two voices must belong to the real culprit. And based on the content of the conversation, it seems likely that it's the one that we hear the most. But that still doesn't tell us anything about the killer's true identity, or even that they're male or female. Due to the voice changes, correct. Unfortunate but unavoidable. One thing, however, has become clear. We are now able to say that the voices Miss Hart heard were those of Miss Ringer and her killer. Just like I done told you they was. We can say something else now, too. Then let's hear it. That is, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. Do as you wish. According to Miss Hart, just before the murder occurred, two people came up to the storeroom from the committee chamber on the elevator, the ringleader and one of the auction attendees. It seems that this was the point at which money exchanged hands. The murder happened immediately afterwards, and the auction carried on after that, all of which points to one key fact. What else does this latest revelation tell us? The ringleader was the killer, the Miss Ringer was the killer, the ringleader was the victim. Probably this one? Since the ringleader was the auction's sole auctioneer, then it follows that they cannot be the victim. Hey, Gavel! Not right now, Eustace. There's a good boy. And if they weren't the victim, then they can only have been the killer. A compelling argument, but hardly conclusive. I'm fully aware of that, Your Honor. I was merely warming up for the main event. Uh-huh. What's going on, old man? There was certain traces left on the scene that seem to suggest that the ringleader was the killer. Then please hurry up and show us. What is something that was placed on the scene at the point to the ringleader as having been the killer? What is something that was placed on the scene? Something placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer. The outfit? Maybe not. That's only attached to the coroner's report. Or maybe this? Ringleader wore a white jacket, white gloves, magenta flower, and a mask. Age and gender could not be discerned. Maybe not. Something placed. Oh! Is it placed there to hide the existence of the store? Okay, there it is. Okay. The killer deliberately left a large pool of blood at the foot of the Goddess of Justice statue. It was due to that blood that we were originally thought that the murder had happened in this chamber, but it was simply a ruse, designed to cover up the blood that had dripped down from the storeroom. In order to conceal the existence of the underground auction, correct? Correct. If that culprit had nothing to do with the auction, they would have had no reason to cover up that blood. Which further supports my theory that the ringleader and the killer were one and the same. And as to as to the identity of the ringleader, do you have anyone that you'd like to name? Well, there is someone that I would like to be able to go ahead. The auction is always held in the committee's chamber with its storeroom located just overhead. So at the very least, we know that the murderous ringleader has some connection to the committee. Yes. And you suspect me, correct? As the committee's most powerful member, that should hardly be a surprise, right?
Objection.
Oh. You're a fine prosecutor, that much I'll give you. But as I think I may have mentioned already, you're also hopelessly naive. You've got nothing, dear boy, have you? No evidence whatsoever. Unless you've got something to share, after all. Do I have any evidence to show that Chairman Winner is the murderer? Do I? I don't think anything specifically that ties him. We have more stuff on the victim, but we don't... Unless it's the clothes box. Box in which the killer hit the body. Traces of blood were detected inside. It could be the box. It's the only thing that we haven't touched on yet. But nothing here is concrete enough to prove it. But I don't think I have a means to say that I do yet, do I? I only have... Nothing's concrete. Everything's speculative, but I don't want to say I don't. But why is it giving me the choice? That's the part that scares me. I do, I don't. Do I have any evidence to show the Oh, it feels like a trick question. I hate having to do this. I hate whenever they have to make me think a little bit more than I think about. Do I have any evidence that shows that the Chairman Winner is the murderer? Is it possible that it's I don't? Is it like a Damon Gant where like it's kind of like a, oh, I don't yet kind of deal, and I either get like another day of investigation maybe, or maybe Francesca will pop in and be like, we have more things to... I really hate when they have to make me think to do this. It doesn't look like it'd be problematic. I'm still... The only thing I can think of that could potentially prove something is the clothes box, but it's not concrete, even still, I think. Do I have any evidence to show the Chairman Winner is the murderer? I don't think so. But I don't know if I want to say I don't think so, but... man, it's like old Ace Attorney games where, like, on these later trials where it's like, oh, do you really? But actually, no. Oh, man. I want to say I do, but I can't think of anything, and I feel like I'll just blow up all my points if I do. But if I say I don't, does it just blow it up automatically? At the worst, if I say I don't and it blows up, maybe it's just one blow up, and then I can be like, I do, and then I figure out which one it is. So maybe it'll be not as bad to take with the one hit, unless it's a one shot to say that I don't. Okay. We'll take the risk, I think. It was Chairman Winner himself who brought up the fact that I suspected him. And he seemed confident right from the get-go that he's untouchable. Which means that he knows. He knows I have nothing. Oh. Well, Miles, my boy, time to play the piper. I've always wanted to say that. Uh-oh. Verity, he's all yours. Oh! Something happened. Whoa, Lotto. Wait. Dang it. I just remembered something. Huh? Did you have amnesia too? Nah, it just done came to me. Flash of inspiration. You know how it is. Very well, say your piece.
Objection.
What? What are you doing, Verity? Mr. Edgeworth has made it clear that he won't give up until every last lick of hope has been extinguished. So extinguish we must, lest he try to drag us through the excruciating process again in the future. Yeah, what she said. I don't quite get it, but it sounded pretty cool. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help Gavel bring this to a winning finish. We'll show them how wrong they are. Fine. Let's hear what the witness has to say. Oh, boy. You heard the chairman. Miss Hart, if you would be so kind. Well, all right, then. Here goes nothing. Oh! what is it? I think it's called Happy People or something from the first game. I love whenever this song comes up. The facts, Miss Hart, and nothing but the facts, please. Don't you worry your pretty little head on that front. I'm a journalist. Truth's my middle name. Calling me officially worried. So the ringleader's the killer, right? Which makes the victim one of them auction goers. Thing is, that don't add up. I counted 11 people coming down the hatch, see? Then the murder happened and then the auction started back up again. Now, I had me a look back downstairs right after that. No. And wouldn't you know it, there were 11 people, there were 11 little duckies all lined up in a row again. How? And you're sure of this, Miss Hart? Sure as sure can be, your gavel ship. Saw him with my own 2 peepers. So, 11 before the murder and 11 again right after means... Wait, that's a thingy? A contradiction, Eustace. Do keep up. Miss Hart, did nothing really change at all? That doesn't make any sense literally at all. I done told you already, they carried right on again, like nothing ever happened. Oh, except for, it wasn't not much, but... What is it? That little old mallet doodad. Can't have yourself an auction without it. Kinda like the one Missy over there's got, but different. The auctioneer's hammer. That's the bunny. Uh-huh. I done heard that thing banging and clanging right the way through, and then nothing, just like that. So the noise of the hammer stopped midway through. Could it have something to do with the murder? So somebody else either might have joined, or someone else might have took a spot. If what Miss Hart is telling us is true, we have something of a problem. Namely that if the victim is neither the auctioneer nor any of the attendees, your entire theory cannot stand, Mr. Edgeworth. Chalk 1 for justice. Eat that, Edgeworth. See, Mr. Edgeworth, there really was nothing we can do. No, there must be something we're overlooking. Something we still don't have an explanation for. I just need to think. If I can't, Kay is... Alright, kids. Do we finally have all our answers now? If so, then I suspect you make good on... Oh, please, who is it, Eddie? Huh? One moment, sir. Wait, Gavel? No, that was... Wait. I worry it might still be a little early to pass judgment, huh? After all, we still have one more matter yet to resolve. And until we do, we cannot claim complete and total victory over Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Is that not so, Mr. Edgeworth? Frankly, I expect you to have raised your voice by now. A loud hold it, perhaps? Oh, yes, of course. And once again, she has rescued us from the jaws of defeat. Very well, then let's get it over with, shall we? What is this one matter that still remains? Why, the contradiction in the coroner's report, sir. That's... Oh! I forgot that we summoned them. I thought they weren't going to make it. Oh. I'm back with the witnesses, Your Honor. Grandma Hurts, huh? Well, what's all this about? Why'd you call us down here? Did somebody suddenly fall ill? I'll have to compress... I'll have to compress and ready... I'll have a compress ready in 2 shakes of a... Ouch! This better be good. Somebody else dropped dead. Well, they may soon wish they had. Dr. Hertz, Miss Needler, thank you for coming on such short notice. Let me assure you that this won't take long. Quit trying to butter me up and cut to the chase, will you? Ha ha ha, of course. We summoned you here to confirm something. What is Judge Cavell up to? Dr. Hertz, this court asks you to provide the unabridged truth regarding the following. Do you stand by your preliminary findings? Can you vouch for their complete and total accuracy? Grandma doesn't make mistakes, ever. That's strange. Huh? What do you mean? In the course of this trial, an error was indeed found in her report. And so I ask again for the truth, Dr. Hertz. Did you alter, tamper with, or in any way falsify your findings? That's awful. How could you even say that? What are you asking me for? Why the heck would I want to do that? To help the true culprit, of course. As if I'd know anything about all that. I just know I didn't do anything of the sort. Then that seems doubly strange. What other explanation could there be for the discrepancy in your report? Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might have any thoughts on the matter. It's not like you to be coy, I must say. Why does she keep taking charge and helping me? I still don't know what she's trying to do, but I'll happily take what I can get. If everything was recorded accurately and then handed off to Mr. Winner according to protocol, then the report shouldn't contain any mistakes. Wait. For the record, I didn't do anything to the report. I guess we'll see, won't we? Dr. Hertz, perhaps we could begin with your side of the story. Why do we need to? This is pointless. I'll be the judge of what's pointless, thank you very much. We have patients waiting back at the hospital. But Grandma, ouch! We really don't have time for this. Won't you please help us? I can't stress how important this is. Grandma says she'll testify, but could you please make it quick? If we're not back soon, people will suffer. And yet you have no qualms about taking your time about buying cotton candy the last time I saw you. We'll let you go as soon as we can, I promise. Assuming you tell us the truth, that is. Ooh, okay, so we gotta go ahead and question the grandma. No way there's a mistake in Grandma's report, not ever. I've been dealing with the dead longer than you've been alive, Sonny Jim. Me writing something wrong is about as likely as ouch. And what the heck do you think I'm standing to gain by doctoring a file, Don't make a lick of sense. And that's all she has to say, nothing funky here. So I probably have to show her the coroner report to tell her that something is wrong. See, it's just as I thought. There's not a chance the good doctor doctored her findings. And you swear by the holy goddess that this testimony is true? Of course, Grandma's never told a lie in her... Uh-oh. Your opinions are not necessary, Nurse Needler. Your grandmother is the subject of this inquiry, not you. Not necessary? That's not fair. I'm the only ally poor Grandma has. Go ahead and shout objection left and right, but you best be prepared then, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Oh, I'm more than prepared. I'm ready to expose the truth behind the error in the report. Okay. Start from the top, then. Never. You're saying that Dr. Hertz is infallible. She has to be. A doctor can't afford to make mistakes. Even a veteran like Grandma would be out of a job if she messed up even once. So there's no way that she of all people would. I got a whole hospital relying on me. Might be you can bungle your work and survive, mister, but I can't.
Hold it!
And you really never made a single mistake in all that time. Doctoring's all about experience. The longer you've been at it, the better you get. If only the same were true of prosecuting, Chairman Winner would be the best in the business. But I think we can all agree that's not the case. Oh, you really are a devil, Miles. But you're also quite wrong. I've never once made a mistake either. After all, I have people to do that for me. I'm too busy for foul-ups, and luckily for me, I don't have to make them. Isn't having people just grand? Don't you try to make a doctor and lawyer and sound the same. They ain't nothing alike. Nothing alike, I tell you.
Hold it!
The victim appeared to have put this raincoat on after sustaining the head injury, and yet there was not a single drop of blood in the chest area of the raincoat. Therefore, she must have been hit in the head before she was stabbed in the chest, making it pre-mortem. Oh, that's... ouch! I don't need you to teach me how to... What the hell? Granny hurts. I don't need you to teach me how to suck eggs, young man. My dang report already says what you just said, don't it? No, it doesn't.
Objection!
Your report states that the head injury appears to have been sustained post-mortem, which is the exact opposite of what I just said. Why does she keep hitting them? Oh, sure. I diligently dictated that report to Florence here, and she wrote it all down just like I said it. If something happened to it after that, weren't nothing to do with me. You dictated it. If you could please tell us more. Diligently dictated the report to Florence. Anything after that weren't nothing to do with me.
Hold it!
Just so we're on the same page, what were your conclusions regarding the body? Well, like I said, ouch. Sorry, it was, death from a good hard knock to the... Hang on just a ding-dang second. Death from a good hard knock to the noggin. And can you say for certain that that knock happened, Dr. Hertz? Pre-mortem course, chest wound happened after the poor girl died, so she died from a head bonk first. I told Florence that, and she wrote it down, so that's what it says in my dang report. That may be what you told her, but I think we're finally getting to the truth. Hold on, I might jump the gun here. Let me check something.
Objection!
Granny, something ain't adding up. Dr. Hertz, I'd like you to take a look at the report for yourself. Oh, I'll read it too. Ouch! Oh, Granny. Something's not right here, is it? She hit her again. This ain't what I said. This ain't what I said at all. What? What do you mean exactly? She keeps... Oh my god. I don't know. But I can't say that. Uh-oh. Miss Needler, if you attempt to bury Dr. Hertz's truth, I will gladly hear her confession myself on behalf of the Goddess of Justice. Dr. Hertz seems to be telling Judge Gavelle something in private. What? I see. Very well. Allow me to relate to everyone what you just told me. Ain't no doubt about what I said. I dictated my findings to Florence just like I told you I did. The fuddle-headed young thing must have wrote it down wrong or something. Wow, that was a great impression. Yes, but was it really necessary? So in summary, there is an error in the report. And it was all because of you, Nurse Needler. Ooh. The true facts have now been shown to be that the head injury occurred prior to the chest wound. And not only that, they're the cause of death. The question now, Miss Needler, is why did you introduce such an error? Just a minute, Verity. You make it sound as if the poor girl did it deliberately. Whereas it seems to me that she just made a little mistake. Well, pre-mortem, post-mortem, they're practically the same word, don't you think? Except they mean two completely opposite things. This was deliberate, no doubt about it. But why would she want to change it? Exactly, thanks, Ow. You won't get away that easily. Explain yourself, young lady. Ooh, even Granny's on to her granddaughter. But, Grandma, Uh-oh. You submitted a falsified report, an act that led Kay to being accused of murder. You owe us an explanation. But I can't. I can't tell you. Don't want to, but can't. This is really rather unpleasant, don't you think? Ganging up on this poor, considerate girl who's only looking up for her grandmother. She has nothing to do with anything. She's simply made one tiny mistake, so why not leave it there? You'd like that, wouldn't you? Because the only person her testimony would hurt is you. What on earth do you mean, my boy? Seeing as you are now de facto ex-prosecutor, you're going to need to explain yourself better than that. I'd be happy to. I'll even spell it out for you. Nurse Needler's role in this crime is very important because she's the real murderer, she's the real victim, she's a co-conspirator. Really? Serves as assistant to the coroner, Dr. Hertz. I guess she could be the co-conspirator. Or could be a co-conspirator. But what would she have to gain for working with former chief prosecutor, current chairman of the committee, and Eustace Winter's father? Has a tendency to burst into tears over nothing. Guy's freaky looking, but from the front, by the way. Jesus. What would she have to gain? She's obviously not the real victim, and I doubt she's the murderer. So, is she a co-conspirator? Nurse Needler doctored the report in order to cover for her accomplice. Ouch! Oh, ho, ho, ho. So she's a co-conspirator, this innocent young thing. Do share your grounds for making such a wild accusation, dear boy. The murder couldn't have been committed by one person working on their own. Without at least two people, it wouldn't have been possible to move the body, Someone else took her spot. Doctor the report. It could be. Oh, dang. Okay, hold on. It wouldn't have been possible for a doctor to have not done it if they were there to doctor the report, but move the body, you could easily do that with one person, but maintaining the attendee numbers is actually very interesting. Very, very interesting. If the auctioneer was the murderer and the victim was one of the attendees, the fact that a witness testified that there have been 11 attendees even after the murder doesn't make sense. Hey, watch it. You gotta call my good word into question now too? That's not what I meant. In fact, it's quite the opposite. I'm taking you and your word at your word, which means that there must be a co-conspirator. I know it's hard, my boy, but sometimes you just have to accept that you're wrong. I wasn't wrong. I just hadn't considered the possibility of the killer having an accomplice. But as soon as we do, things start to fall into place. If the killer's accomplice returned to the auction room in the place of the victim, then that would indeed have been 11 attendees both before and after the murder. Well now, so what are you thinking, is it? So that's what you're thinking, is it? It's certainly an intriguing theory, but surely the imposter would have been spotted right away. I don't imagine that Nurse Needler looks strikingly different from the victim in build and stature. With the help of a mask, she could easily have replaced Miss Ringer without anybody noticing. Well, Nurse Needler, is that what had happened? Did you take the victim's place at the auction? I wouldn't do something like that. Now tell us, the ringleader, who were they? I can't tell you, I just can't. Ooh. Hang on just a diggity dang second. Nurse Needler, that is a very interesting little detail that you let slip. I can't tell you, I just can't. It hurt Grandma too. Ow! But Grandma! Don't you worry about me, I can take it. You just tell him everything, child. But, oh, is Grandma gonna... Ooh! Oh my god, her hair! Oh, her eyes! Wait, what just happened? They flipped out! What happened? She knocked the glasses off of her, her hair's a mess, her eyes... So I was right. She was an accomplice. Miss Needler, why? Well, Miss Needler, can you explain yourself? Oh, okay, I guess they fixed that right up. Yes, huh? Oh, thank you, Grandma, but I'm alright now. I confess it. I changed places with Miss Ringer. So you admit that you were working with the ringleader? Yeah, I was helping them. I don't know how, but they found out Miss Ringer was going to attack them. The culprit was going to be attacked by the victim. Seemed pretty sure it was going to happen that night, so they made a counter plan. They wanted to strike first, and they wanted me to help them. I was told to go to the storeroom before the auction began and wait there. The storeroom? Now hold on right there, Missy. I didn't see nothing, and my eyes don't lie. If you'd have been there from before the auction, I would have bumped right into you. I was there the whole way through, and you weren't there for a bit of it. But I'm not lying. Well, that's easy for you to say, but you were lying about altering the report only a few minutes ago, so he's ready to throw her under the bus, huh? I think that we're all well aware of the number of potential hiding places in the storeroom. Are we? Where exactly are you trying to say that our friend the nurse was hiding, Is it possible that this is going to be the place that we can find... It's just traces of blood detected inside. This is the only... Hold on. It's the only thing that we haven't used yet, and we thought could be a hiding spot for either the body, or the culprit, or something else. Since Lotta says that they weren't hiding there. Oh, but if they were... Okay, hold on, wait. If they were a co-conspirator, they could have put the body in... okay, hold on, I have an idea.
Take that!
She hid inside the clothes box.
Oh, she did she? Huh? Well, it was there the whole time, even before I moseyed on in. But like I done told y'all, it had them chains around it. Wanted to hide it in myself, but it was locked up tight, so I had to go elsewhere.
I imagine that's because Nurse Needler was already lying in there by the time that you arrived.
That's right. We didn't want anybody to open it, or it would have really blown our cover.
So the ringleader told me to climb in and wait until it was time for my part of the plan. And then they wrapped the whole box up in chains. I think they took the elevator downstairs not too long after. It was just before the auction was due to start. So as the auction was beginning, you and Miss Hart would have been the only people in the storeroom.
Yeah, I think so.
The auctioneer proceeded as it always did, until a certain customer came upstairs to complete her purchase. That was when the incident occurred. Miss Hart overheard the victim and the culprit exchanging words around then.
You betcha. I was right behind that statue there, shaking like a dang leaf the whole time.
In the middle of their quarrel, Miss Ringer was killed by the auctioneer. I imagine that the auctioneer then carried Miss Ringer's body over to the clothes box, from which Nurse Needler emerged and swapped places with the victim. After placing Miss Ringer's body inside the box, Nurse Needler's role now was to pretend to be Miss Ringer. The two of them then returned to the room below as if nothing had happened. Does that about sum up what happened in the storeroom, Nurse Needler? And then we come to find out that she didn't actually die and she managed to worm her way up. She came back up.
Yes, in fact, that's exactly what happened.
Uh-oh.
Hold up, just so you waltz right back in. Wait, so you just waltzed right back on in and nobody noticed? This is two completely different people we're talking about. You telling me not one of the other folks down there at the auction cottoned on?
Why would they? The other auction goers had no reason to notice the difference when Nurse Needler entered because she had stolen the victim's clothes. She was using the victim's name. She was imitating the victim. She stole the victim's clothes? I think, yeah, it's probably the only thing that they had. As we've seen, Miss Ringer and Nurse Needler are about the same build. What's more, the auction rules required attendees to wear their mask at all times. If Nurse Needler were wearing the same clothes as Miss Ringer, nobody would have been any the wiser.
No, and they weren't. I borrowed Miss Ringer's clothes and ouch! And left the poor child in her smalls? Have you no respect, girl? No, Grandma, I thought the same thing. It wouldn't be nice to leave her like that. So when the ringleader wasn't looking, I put on a raincoat.
Oh, look at that. I put that raincoat on her. So that's how Miss Ringer came to be wearing it. Thus, the auction was able to carry on as before.
Guess that part where I caught the red raincoat on film came just after. Yeah, must be. Then it all makes sense. Right after that was when I went over and looked downstairs through the gap in the elevator. Spied me 11 happy little auction goers, then back I snuck into my little hidey hole.
Don't tell me you were hiding back there the entire time after that.
Well, that is... not exactly...
What is it? Did something happen?
So maybe I ought to mention this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious, you might say.
What happened?
Oh, nothing much. Kind of silly, really, but there was a sudden loud noise and startled me just a little bit, you know? Alright, maybe more than a little bit, but I just witnessed a murder. Can't blame a girl for getting jumpy. Guess that got my heart shook and my head faint. Before I knew it, I was out like a light. By the time I came to, it was the next dang day, and there y'all were, clanking down the stairs.
I see, so you were startled by a loud noise and fell unconscious. I suppose that means that you don't know what happened after that.
Not per se, but, well, after the auction was over, all the masks were back on the rack. So I reckon the guests done finished up and filed out one by one, just like they were supposed to.
Nurse Needler, once the auction has restarted, what exactly were you doing?
I was pretending to be Miss Ringer and placing bids, just as the ringleader wanted. I had to win the clothes box as I had been instructed.
It had a dead body inside after all. Imagine if somebody else had won it. We would have been in real trouble then. So you had no idea that the victim had vacated the box in the meantime? No, not until we came up so I could pay for it. That's when we noticed. The ringleader told me to go look for her right away. Except I found some other girl collapsed in the foot of the ladder instead. That must have been Kay. Kay. Yeah, she must have fallen off from the roof and had been knocked unconscious. Guess the victim must have left the hatch wide open, huh? That would explain it. Kay would have been so shocked by seeing Miss Ringer fall motionless right in front of her. That way, she wouldn't have seen the open hatch and fallen right through it. That explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor. Yeah, I suppose. Can't believe something like that done knocked me out for so long, though. So in summary, by the time that Miss Needler found Kay, you were already sound asleep behind the statue. I think we've got a good grasp as to what has occurred up until the point now. Nurse Needler, if you would continue. Sure. So I found Kay, and next I found Miss Ringer. I put them both in the clothes box. Couldn't risk any of the auction goers seeing them. That would have caused a real hullabaloo. Was that your idea, or the ringleader's? Theirs. But putting the raincoat on Miss Ringer was my own idea. So I tried to get rid of it before they found out what I'd done. I imagine they were none too pleased when it showed up as a surprise piece of evidence in this case. And lastly, the ringleader and I put her in an auctioneer's outfit, we prepared, of course, which completed the deception and made everyone think that she was the auctioneer. All in all, the auction finished up without anybody noticing anything, and that was that. Now that we know the extent of your crimes, Nurse Needler, if you have anything further to share, I'd advise you to do so immediately. I wish I could tell you more, but I'm sorry, that's all I know. Oh, except for one other thing. It did seem a little strange, I guess. When I was borrowing Miss Ringer's clothes, I took everything I could, but I couldn't take her hair, obviously, so ouch! You dang right you couldn't take her hair. What kind of medical professional are you? That's where you draw the line, so taking the clothes was okay. Our hair was totally different, the style, the length, everything. I kind of panicked. But the ringleader thought of everything, including wigs. 2 of them, in fact. 2 wigs? There was a straightened one and a wavy one. They were both stashed in the clothes box. 2 wigs? But why? Right, I wondered that too. I thought maybe they were worried she might have changed up her style. Anyway, I took the straight one. That was the one that matched her hair on the day, leaving a wavy wig in the box. Okay, but what about the wigs? Okay. And that's everything that you know. There's nothing else that you're forgetting. No? Huh? No, really, Grandma, that's everything. And I take it that you really have no idea who the ringleader might be. Sorry, I only know that they were in charge of the auction. I didn't see them without their mask on, and they were pretty careful to keep their identity a secret from everyone. Ugh, if I can't get something concrete on them. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well, Miles, are we about done? God damn it, you cannot be serious. You've proven the nurse was part of the murder plot, but sadly for you, doesn't change a whole lot. Because it does nothing to prove that Kay Faraday isn't the ringleader. What? I thought that... According to Nurse Needler's testimony, would it not? We found an unconscious Kay at the bottom, or at the thing, and then she met with the ringleader afterwards. Put her in a box, even. And justice must prevail. We can't change the law, even for your sake. Is this it? Am I not going to be able to save Kay?
Objection!
Oh, Francisca, thank you! Oh my god, Francisca, what are you doing here? As I told you before, Miles Edgeworth, where the case leads, I follow. Your dedication is an inspiration to us all. But don't go getting the wrong idea, little brother. I'm only here to deliver the truth regarding the suspect. I'm certainly not here to forgive you for abandoning the way of the prosecutor. I understand that. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share.
In his desperation to keep Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information.
Detective Gumshoe did that.
Prepare yourselves, Miles Edgeworth, for the final piece of the puzzle. Rosie Ringer's head wound was the first of the injuries that she suffered, not the second.
Oy. Really? Is that so, Francesca? You don't say. Oh, Franny.
Well, somebody say something?
Yes, there's no easy way to say this, Francesca, but we already proved that ourselves.
You... what?
Yes, just a few minutes ago. Ow!
Well, why didn't you say so sooner?
You didn't exactly give us a chance.
And I suppose that you know about the murder weapon, too.
No, not yet.
Good, then listen up. The victim was struck in the head with a blunt object bearing a circular
Do we have it? A circular surface? No, we don't. Unless she was beat with, like, the bottom of this. It's not circular, but... a circular surface?
And the wounds to the chest were actually inflicted post-mortem.
A circular surface?
And you're certain of that, I assume. Your sources are above board. Two trusted medical professionals researched the same conclusion independently. You couldn't ask for more. That's certainly good to know. Unfortunately, you're overstepping the bounds of... Of what? I'm the prosecutor in charge of Interpol's investigation into the underground auction. And this murder occurred during that auction. It would be negligent of me not to pursue my leads pertaining to related parties, especially the victim. You've really become quite the force to be reckoned with, haven't you, my dear?
Then all parties are in agreement the victim died from a blow to the head.
Okay. Sadly, the murder weapon itself has yet to be identified.
Based on the shape, I might have an idea or two.
But guys, I didn't turn up any other weapons during my investigation.
And yet one need only think about the setting in an auctioneer's tools, and the answers should be obvious. An object with a circular surface used in an auction. We're obviously talking about Judge Gavel's hammer. Okay, not Judge Gavel's. Probably just the auctioneer's hammer. What would an auctioneer have readily at hand? An auctioneer's hammer, of course.
But we never found one of those.
Oh, hang on a minute. I just realized something. Shiro! You should have told me. I would have done this sooner. I just saw the thing for the... I just saw the notification for ads starting to play. Hold on. Okay, there we go. That's all taken care of now. And speak of another one, Seabass! Welcome in, Seabass. How are you doing? I hope that you're doing well, Seabass. I just now noticed that there was another one in the midst that just decided to play. So I will do my due diligence to go ahead and help you guys all out, yeah? Hope that you're having a wonderful day. Welcome on in, everyone. Oh, just in time too. 60-second ad break is starting. I went ahead and got those ads just before. Perfect timing. Sorry, what's up? I got the little tip off. My my little Saribot was telling me that ads were starting, so I wanted to check to see all members of the chat were all kept away from those evil Twitch ads. I be doing, have lots of stuff to do tonight, so you'll be my background. Really? Well, I appreciate you stopping by, and I hope to be at least a somewhat entertaining set of background noise for you while you do your work. You are a very hard worker, Seabass, so I commend you on your efforts. And hopefully, all that effort will
grow into wonderful fruits for your future to enjoy. Especially since you've got something on the horizon that may require at least a lot of attention or money in the form of Shin dropping in Wuthering Waves. I'll be definitely in the same boat as well, since I'm going to... She's my C2 of this patch, or like these set of characters, so I'm going to try to get her 2 other times after getting her once, so I'm probably going to have to put some money down for it myself. Thank you for the sub. No problem, Seabass. You're a nice person to chat with, and so I like to keep those Twitch ads away from our conversation. No biggie whatsoever. According to my alerts, my sub expired 25 minutes ago. Oh my god. Maybe not quite like the quickest draw out there, but damn. I noticed my... those instincts really came in clutch there, huh? I saw the notification for the ads and I was like, let me do my checks to make sure that every one of the current chatters are all not going to be bothered by those. And wouldn't you know it, I've got some pretty sharp instincts, huh? I'll be very proud of those. I got it right on the day. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever gotten one of those like that, huh? And within the hour, no less. The auctioneer was indeed the oh no, that's Gavel. The auctioneer was indeed the killer. It does seem a likely candidate for the murder weapon. Without the evidence to support your theory, it remains nothing more than that. Oh, I have just the evidence that you need right here. This piece of evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. Probably the coroner's report now that it's been updated, yeah? Or the autopsy report. Let's see. Victim was discovered in the committee chamber's autopsy. Place of death 11 p.m. 11 p.m. per the night previous. Also, that appears to be a blunt force trauma from an object with a circular striking surface. And we know now that puncture wounds were inflicted post-mortem. So yeah, I'd probably say the autopsy report. Look closely at this piece of evidence. It clearly points to the auctioneer's hammer as it has been as having been the murder weapon. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Put that thing away before I stick my whip on you. Ow. Ow. Okay. Did anything change from before it was used? I need to look over the evidence again and focus on that. What other evidence do I have that shows that it was... This evidence strongly suggests that the auctioneer's hammer was the murder weapon. Pushing her off the building. Living attendees all were wearing masks. Actually continued after the ring of murder, but the sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer... Okay. The hammer was gone afterwards. They couldn't have been banging a bloody hammer. Miss Hart told us something very important about the auction after the murder had occurred. She said that the very prominent sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Now, why would that be? I'll tell you why. Because it had just been used in a murder that was covered in the victim's blood. It would need to be disposed of. Isn't that right, Chairman Winner? Ooh. I see. I'll have our people look into this right away. Oh, ho, 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 ho. You really are like a dog with a bone, aren't you, dear boy? But if you can't dedicate yourself to a cause when you're young, when can you, He seems very confident we'll never find it. Very well. A search for the murder weapon will be conducted. In the meantime, this court is in recess. A recess? Oh my god, okay, this is gonna be a little bit longer standing than I thought it would be. Okay. My word. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What do you say, Francesca? Have you found it? Silence in the courtroom, please. Miss Von Karma, if you were to be so kind as to update us on the progress of the search.
It's not good news, I'm afraid. Oh no, the entire big building has been searched from top to bottom. Really? In all this time? And no auctioneer's hammer was found anywhere. Oh! That is bad news indeed. Then we have no choice but to move ahead with the verdict. Ah, such a terrible shame. But I suppose only a fool would have left the murder weapon behind. What could he have done with it? Did he, like, throw it over... He couldn't have thrown it over the building. It's either on someone's person, whether it be his or someone else, or... I want to go to the park? Not that kind of recess, Seabass. I don't think they do that in court. I don't think they let you out like that. Damn it. It's certainly not what I'd expect from a first-rate criminal mind. No, there's just no end to the work with here. I can't carry us any further on my own. Yes, it really is a tragedy, but such is life, I suppose. I was just thinking back over the defendants I've made plea deals with over the years. People who poured their hearts out to me, who trusted me with every detail of their crimes. And then, when it came to their sentencing, I recommended life in prison every time. And for every single one. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, if you could only see them. The stupid, dumbfounded looks on their faces. The verdict will now be passed. All present will accept the goddess's word as law. There's nothing more I can do. Kay and I are both... Kay, please remember something, or someone! If only we had some proof. I never imagined I would be passing judgment on you under such circumstances. The end of the road, huh? Someone... Eddie! Somebody, please! By the power vested in me... What? That's not what I was assuming the hammer was going to judge. Oh, I knew it. I knew you weren't bad, Gavel. I had faith in you. I had faith in you. Oh my god, my instincts were right this time. Oh my god, I was hoping this wasn't going to turn into another Callisto U. Oh, thank god. Excelsius winner, this court hereby indicts you for your crimes. What? Huh? What on earth's gotten into you, Verity? I submit for the court to for the court's consideration the case file of a certain incident, namely the IS-7 incident, a murder that took place. What does IS-7 specifically have to do with this? This is very interesting. The plot thickens once again. As if I wasn't already hooked before, they've latched onto me with several other hooks. I told you what's up. I told you she wasn't evil. I knew it was either some sort of manipulation or there was something else. And thankfully it was something else. There is something else going on. There's something else afoot here. Still one more chapter for her to Callisto. I guess there is, but at least for the time being, I'm still believe that there's still room for justice here. There's goodness in her heart. She is not misguided. She is not evil. But what does that file have to do with... Wait, you mean... Your late-night visit to this chamber was to... Precisely. I came here to retrieve these documents. Though sadly, it would seem that I arrived too early to catch the auction itself. When we spoke of the matter before, I simply implied that I had to come to retrieve files pertaining to your own case. You'll have to forgive me. That was a ruse to buy myself more time. Can I look at this right now? What the heck are you doing, Gavel? Ooh, Eustace, it looks like the only person who stands on your side is you and your father shows you no respect, boy. Is this how you wish to go out? Oh, I'm so curious as to how this is gonna go. IS-7 case file.
December 24th, 18 years ago, prosecutor Manfred von Karma, defense attorney Gregory Edgeworth, victim Artie Frost, suspect Samson Tangaroa. Case summary. Body of Artie Frost discovered in the mansion belonging to Samson Tangaroa. Persons of interest, Delicia Scone, Judy Bound, Carmelo Gusto. Notes: Carmelo Gusto and Artie Frost's sons would both visit Tangaroa's mansion up through the day of the incident. From the day of the incident onward, their whereabouts are unknown. Interesting. I'm not entirely sure what these are going to do good for us going on, but I will take it nonetheless. Thank you, Gavel. Also, welcome in. I have Bedge. I love this part so much. Well, we're gonna see if we can find our way through to the end. The conclusion is at hand, and we are looking to go ahead and indict Eustace's stupid father for crimes. What crime specifically, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure that Gavel and other members of the court will be very happy to go ahead and push them forward. What the heck are you doing, Gavel? You can't just accuse my dad without proper grounds. It's defamation. An excellent observation, Eustace. It is? And of course it is. I have the grounds to make such an accusation. 18 years ago, Mr. Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Details he was forced to fabricate when the sculptor Artie Frost's body went missing. My papa? Fabricating information? What is the meaning of this? Oh, you weren't too privy to that as well, were you, Francesca? Ian Seidman, the detective originally assigned to the case, did in fact report that the body had gone missing. However, it seems that a certain someone wasn't very pleased with Mr. von Karma and deliberately withheld that information in order to bring him down a few pegs. What? Ooh, wait, so it goes even deeper than that. Someone added that stain to von Karma's perfect record on purpose. Oh my god! Now Francesca has more than plenty enough reason to go ahead and whip this douchebag into shape. Dude, what the hell? It goes deep. I'm seeing that very much so now. What? This individual refuses to allow anyone to go against their wishes or to challenge their power. And they're known to go to extreme lengths in order to— Owie!
Have confidence.
Oh. Thank you for the follow. I have Bench. As a matter of fact, hang on. Is What's Up still here? I need to go ahead and beat him to a third punch. I'm not going to let him get another one over me. So I'll go ahead and do this real quick. There we go. It's 3 for today. Thank you for having joined us. I hope that the availability to not watch ads will be very enjoyable in this latter function of the plot. Alright. 18 years ago, they were no different. In fact, they even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. You don't say. So, hold on. Not only did Granny Hertz think he's— no problem. You came by, it looks like you're engaged with what's going on, and if you want to be able to go ahead and comment, you're more than welcome. I love conversing with people. So I wanted to go ahead and give you the benefit of not having to deal with the ads as they came in. I like doing that with people who like to converse. I hate whenever ads get in the way of conversation, and I know that there isn't much to go past in stopping them from doing that, so I'll do my part to try to stop it from time to time, and if people want to stick on by of their own accord, they're more than welcome to, but I don't mind helping them out either. But, okay, so let me get back to it. So, Granny Hertz fabricated a autopsy report back in this case, the IS-7 case, and then so not only was Gregory working against just lies upon lies, and almost got this, by the way, almost had this work, but eventually von Karma kind of like, I guess I wouldn't necessarily say blackmailed, but like he was going to pin it on Judy, which eventually forced Samson to put a false confession on board. Despite that, so much of that of the IS-7 case had worked not only against Gregory, but also now included in that is Manfred, who had a stain placed on his career permanently thereafter. This is mark on Manfred's Christ. Well, yeah, that also, and that mark on that stain on his career also is what led to him eventually seeking revenge on Gregory Edgeworth. When it actually goes even deeper than like just the case itself, the court, what happened in the courtroom, and a little bit outside of it. That's nuts. And the fact that all the people involved, from Granny Hertz to her granddaughter to, well, Excelsius too. Huh. Very, very interesting. And even more so still, that Samson Tangaroa case. The case that we took care of last time, the case before this one. Great case, by the way. That's an all-timer for me. I thought that was an incredible case. Unfortunately, can't comment too much because I know the plots of all 11 Ace Attorney games front to back, and I don't want to spoil or anything. I appreciate that because I'm playing through them all for the first time as I go. I played through the original Ace Attorney trilogy a little while ago now, and at least we're going through Miles' game, so I'm trying to go through at least some form of oh shoot, I forget the word, but like I'm going through them, I guess, in a specific order. I think from which I was told next on the list would be Apollo Justice. So after we finish with this game, Apollo Justice is next on the chopping block as I continue with my Ace Attorney journey, which has been amazing, by the way. I've been loving my time playing Ace Attorney thus far, and this has been no exception. If anything, this has been the standard that I tended to hold for a lot of these cases and stuff like that, and it's been very, very good through this game. Very, very interesting stuff. They even ordered Dr. Hertz to create a fake autopsy report for the IS-7 incident. What? She was responsible for the fake report. Wait, you have to understand, Grandma, she's not a bad... So, something about not making mistakes, huh? But doing... If it's not a mistake and done on purpose, what's your explanation for this one, huh, Granny? She had to do what he said. She didn't have any choice. He, the person in question, was the chief prosecutor at the time. The chief prosecutor 18 years ago. No. The man who gave Papa the first penalty of his career. Wow. Excelsius winner, it was you. Oh my god, this guy has been... Why is it... It's not ever, like... The levels of scummery that just build up as you go through an Ace Attorney. It's like, oh, this guy was scum, but wouldn't you know it, there's someone scummier than him that outscummed him. But oh, wouldn't you just wait to see, it goes even deeper than that. It's even dirtier and scummier than the sewers themselves underneath this city. Holy crap, dude, what the hell? I can't believe it.
Objection!
Ooh, Eustace. What are you all talking about? My dad would never do something like that. I'm sorry, Eustace, but your opinion on the matter is not needed here. Well, Chairman Winner, do you have anything to say for yourself? Oh, that nonsense with the body was that was Manfred's doing. Such a willful boy. And the fake autopsy report? Hilda, how could you? I can't believe you naughty kids would do such dishonest things behind my back.
Hold it!
We could just ask her what she did. She is standing right over there, after all. Wait, Grandma can't... She's... Ouch! Grandma, I'm sorry. I knew, that's why I... Right, exactly. If I didn't, everybody would have found out about what you did. They said he was going to charge you if I didn't, oh god. They said he was going to charge you if I didn't help them with that plan. They said that he would... I just had to do what the auctioneer said. So you were coerced into it, were you, Nurse Needler? And just to be clear, the auctioneer was Chairman Winner. I'm sorry, but I honestly don't know. The person forcing me to help them was the auctioneer. They definitely looked to be about the same build as the chairman, but I never saw their face. Well, there must be something. Any detail, no matter how small, will do. Oh, wait! Their mask didn't cover their whole face, and the part of it that wasn't covered was a tattoo on it. I remember that much for sure. A tattoo? The part that wasn't covered had a tattoo. Does he have a tattoo? Under his face? On his neck? Assuming that, like, because obviously his most distinguished features here are that gigantic beard of his. Assuming he tied it up or hid it, cut it, or did something. Somewhere under his face is a tattoo. Ringleader's appearance data updated. A white jacket, white gloves, a magenta flower, and a mask. Also the tattoo on part of the face that the mask didn't cover. The only part that looks like it wouldn't cover are either the sides of the face or like from the chin or neck down. A tattoo.
Objection.
This all sounds very dramatic, but I really don't know what you're talking about. There's no tattoo anywhere on my face. I think I'd know if there was one, wouldn't you? Which means that I can't be the ringleader, no matter how much you might want me to be. I hope that you can figure out who this shameless manipulator might be. Your contempt for this courtroom is an insult to the goddess. Are you sure it's not you who's feeling insulted here? I'm not the one who should have been trying to bring you to justice. Miss Ringer had been trying to. And I refused to let her sacrifice be in vain. Aha. So maybe they were in cahoots with one another, Miss Gavel and Miss Ringer. Maybe they were both in on it, or like they were aware of it to a degree, and Miss Ringer was going to try to put something a little bit more damning on her. But then, as unfortunate as it was Mr. Excelsius must have caught wind of it and then blackmailed or coerced Nurse Needler into helping him out to be able to go ahead and snuff out Miss Ringer's plan to try to get an edge up on him. And, well, we're currently dealing with the aftermath of it all. Young Rosie was looking to take me down, you say? But why? I barely knew her. I've always had a certain magnetic charm, but I don't remember ever catching that particular eye. You barely knew the victim? Why do I believe that that is a new statement? The goddess demands that you offer your full testimony on the record. So that's how it's going to go, hmm? You mean to hound me until I finally break? If that's the way that you want me to play, fine. I'll destroy you all. What odd quirks you have. Every last one of you. Mr. Edgeworth, please allow me to work with you on this one. Oh my god, it'd be the greatest thing ever. I'm so glad that you're not on the side of that idiot Eustace Gavel. I doubt we'll get another chance to put him on the stand. So let's make the most of this opportunity, please! Of course, Your Honor. I'm absolutely fine with the way that things have come about thus far. I wouldn't have it any other way. Now, Chairman Winner, you will tell this court everything that you know about Miss Ringer. Okay, what do you say, old man? Ooh. Young Rosie was a member of the committee, of course. But we never really had any personal interactions, at least none that I remember. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. And I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. That's not okay. Well, we're probably gonna have to dig something out of him. So you don't mean to accept your part in any of this? Of course he doesn't. He isn't guilty. How could he be? He's my dad, the winner of winners. That's very kind of you, Eustace, but you'll need more than mere words if you plan to cover for me. Right, you got it. I won't let them pin this on you. I believe in you, Dad. You'll beat Edgeworth. I know you will. Yes, yes. You really are a sweet, simple child. He really loves his dad, huh? That's no excuse for him to ignore his father's crimes. I guess Phoenix would also want to say the same to you, huh, Francesca? No matter how much he respects him. Regardless of their station in life, all criminals will be made to atone for their sins in time. This won't be easy on Mr. Winner. But it has to be done. We can't let his father get away with this. Apparently Pokemon's Twitter account got hacked? The Pokemon Twitter account got hacked? Oh man, if they could get hacked, nothing is sacred anymore, dude. What the heck? How do we know this? What is the Pokemon account tweeting about? I can't wait to see what, like, if people are either talking about it or already archiving it. I have to see what that's all about. That sounds kind of funny, to be honest. Yo said that she's an evil person. Yes, he did. That's what I was. Also, welcome in, Ryuki. I don't remember if I welcomed you in earlier, but yes, I wasn't gonna fall for the brainwashing. I did not believe that she was evil at all. I was full set on her side that she was either misguided in her idea of justice or that she had something else going on, and thankfully it came true. I'm so glad. This was just much sooner than I thought it would. I thought that maybe it would lead up into at least even the next case, which leads me to wonder what the hell's gonna happen in the next case. It's all good now, but the hacker posted a meme coin. Oh man, really? That's it? Another hacked meme coin? That's so lame. Okay, well, never mind. Just a bunch of stinky losers just trying to promote another meme coin. Man. Alright, he gave us a whole bunch of nothing answers, which means that we probably got to dig something out of it, huh?
Hold it!
As a member of the committee, you must at least have been familiar with her face. Sure, but that's about all. I saw her every once in a while. Well, okay, a whole lot of nothing there, thanks.
Hold it!
I was here earlier just lurking. Ah, okay. Well, I hope that it's been very entertaining for you nonetheless to see how we've been doing. I've had quite the slip-ups today, I must admit. A little bit more than I would like to admit, but, I've been on right tracks. It's just like I missed a piece of evidence, or it was just not my first option. So you're saying that you barely knew the victim at all? That's exactly what I'm saying, my boy, yes. Why, I never even knew about... That's a little bit more detail than I was expecting you to give us, Mr. Excelsius. You didn't. I mean, what's the point? You get to know someone, but before you know it, they're gone. It becomes such a pain to remember things about others. They're here one day and gone the next. Yes, because they dare to stand up to you and you make them disappear. If you could please add your remark about the victim's burn to your testimony, Chairman Winner. So this is probably it, but I'm going to make sure. I'm going to either try to go through each of them still, or I'll try to see what this one gives that might point me in the direction of a piece of evidence. Why, I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand. You're sure that you didn't know about the burn mark? You really don't let up, do you? I'm not in the habit of memorizing who has a scar on their hand and who doesn't. This wasn't just any old scar. It's said to be pretty noticeable, in fact. Perhaps under normal circumstances, but now that I think about it, Miss Ringer did always wear gloves, did she now? Truth be told, I wasn't aware about the burn mark until after the incident myself. The victim's hands were always covered by a pair of gloves. It makes sense, of course, but people can be very self-conscious about such things. I can only sympathize, being someone of a sensitive soul myself. I hope you're not too sensitive to append that statement to your testimony. Although I suppose that she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide that burn. So we've got two pieces. Okay, so we did dig out two pieces. So you remember her always wearing gloves? I mean, it was something of a trademark of hers, yes. Who knew it was to hide a burn mark? I always imagined it was just a fashion statement. Does your little friend have something to hide under all those bandages, I wonder? Who, me? No, I don't have anything to hide. You don't? Not even the stony visage of a cold-blooded murderer? Still trying to pin it on Kay, huh? If anyone here is hiding such a thing, it's you, and I'll expose your true face if it's the last thing that I do. Oh, you'll never fail to entertain, my boy. Go ahead and do your worst. So Mrs. Ringer always wore gloves. That reminds me of something. I should look over all the evidence again. Something in the evidence? Something in the evidence about her wearing gloves? She's not wearing gloves in here. Or she could have... Hold on. That might be something. Hang on. If she's always wearing gloves, and they tried to put her in the ringleader's appearance, would she not be wearing the gloves? Hang on. It could also... Hang on. Can I also... Let me see something else. That tone is missing. Can't help but wonder where it went. Although, even if it were to find it, it might not be easy to fix up either. Hang on. Can I hear what the thing says again? Twisting this hole makes it play the recording. Okay, let me see. And... I knew it was the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. This feels important. It might be this. I was wondering when we get around to using this. This is either going to be... It's certainly going to be used at some point here. Probably within this part or maybe the next part where we explain the burn mark. But I was saying earlier that this piece of evidence means that someone who not only knew her but also knew of the burn mark would probably be aware of it. But they're also trying to push it that she wears gloves all the time, so how could we know? So it may be later. Nothing to say for yourself? I waited so long for this day, and now I'll finally have my revenge. Okay, so it still plays. So this, maybe the ringleader's appearance, or maybe the autopsy, I'm not sure, one of those. I have to look over something in the evidence in regards to... she's not wearing gloves in this picture. Actually, well, they stripped her of her clothes. I guess she couldn't really wear any gloves, huh? And this is mostly blood-related stuff. Accomplished to disguise her as Miss Ringer. One wig was straight, the other Ringer's hair, and the other wavy. This is another thing I'm not sure about how this is going to come about, is the wigs. When are the wigs going to come up? So wavy, not... Is his as hold on? Is he wearing a wig? I think I might have made a connection. Hold on. I'm trying to jump. I might have been jumping the gun again. Hold on. One wig was straight, the other was wavy. Ringer's hair was straight and not wavy, so not used. Did he slap a wig onto his face to hide the is that what his beard is? That's going to be my guess as to why we can't find the tattoo. It's not an actual beard, it's a wig. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me make sure I look through everything again. Okay, hold on. I don't think the IS-7 case comes up yet. Is a thing. Okay. So the only things that I can possibly queue up for the idea of her wearing gloves or her burn mark at that are the autopsy report. Hold on. Yeah, the autopsy report, which talks about the burn. The ringleader's appearance, which has gloves on it, which I think would indicate that if she did have the opportunity to wear gloves, and we also know that she's the victim here, that she would wear them, because that's how they tried to hide her as. But I'm leaning a lot less to that one now, since we also do know that that was how they wanted to fabricate it as. And then also the plushie, since it talks about the burn mark specifically. So maybe. I had no motive to murder that poor girl whatsoever. Okay. You never had any trouble with her professionally. Oh, don't be silly, my boy. I'm far too important these days for such trivialities. And by all accounts, her work was unimpeachable. Besides, our difference in standing meant we hardly ever interacted. But that doesn't prove that you didn't kill her, does it? Well, you would say that, wouldn't you? Anything to save your little friend, It certainly does seem that Miss Ringer had some personal interest in you, at least. Indeed, but I can't say for the life of me. Imagine why. Actually, now that I look at it, it does look like... It looks like it could be a wig that maybe attaches from, like, where his goggles are at. I'm not sure. I didn't realize how well it looked like it all connected, especially since I think when he takes off his goggles, I was under the guise that, from at least the forward-facing, that, like, it's a wig, but it looks like it also connects to his hair in the back. Maybe. Unless it's just that big of a wig, or he has it cut up a specific way. Too bad. So sad. Without a motive, you can't logic your way into pinning this on me. I have absolutely no idea. Let's see. Maybe we can get a little bit more information. You have no idea at all why she was after you. Let's see now. It's because of Dad. It's because Dad's a real catch. I suppose you could say that, yes. The admirers, they come, and then they go away. You couldn't even dream of being like my dad. Very true. I doubt many ordinary people could quite match his achievements. It's remarkable, really, to have so many people come into a life, and then for so many to leave it. I certainly won't complain if you choose to leave, Faraday, my dear. I think it's far more likely that you'll be the one leaving today, in handcuffs.
Yes, yes, very droll, but if you think I'm finished, you will be sorely disappointed. Heh heh heh.
I have to think back over what we know about the victim.
If you're not sure about how to approach this, take another look at the evidence. You just might find a new way to interpret old information.
Are you trying to help me, Francisca?
I'm trying to help Kay Faraday. I couldn't care less about you.
Nice to see that she's really worried for Kay. In her own Francisca sort of way. Okay. Not really in a personal direction. I didn't even know about the burn mark on her hand. Although I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide that burn. Okay. So one of these two, it's probably the new one though. Although I suppose she was always wearing gloves, perhaps it was to hide that burn. So it's probably the plushie. I'm leaning to the plushie, I think, a bit more, but could be. We've used the autopsy report a lot today, so I think the plushie probably makes the most sense. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure. Whew. I had to sit and deliberate on it and reread things. So Miss Ringer always wore gloves. If she did, that raises another rather important question and highlights another contradiction. Yeah, that being that if she went there, if she's known to wear gloves, then why wasn't she wearing some at the auction? She had her most obvious feature on full display. A contradiction, you say? Really? If we listen again to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, you'll soon see what I mean. Man, I'm so happy that this cow is such an important piece of evidence. See, when Kay originally brought it up, I had no idea what she was talking about, and then I scrolled through the evidence, and there it was! A cow! Wouldn't you know it? See, now, I'm not sure... The thing is that I thought the one that was getting revenge originally, though, was Miss Ringer. So, does Excelsius have revenge that he wants to get on Miss Ringer, then? Is that what it caught? Or is it... Which way is this conversation going? Because I feel like it's going to be an important detail that the voices are scrambled, or like that they're being hidden. We can be reasonably certain that what we just heard in the moment, what we just heard is the moment that the victim was attacked. I knew it was you from the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. We assumed that those were the words of the killer. Oh? Wait a minute. And where's the problem in that? It seems like a perfectly sensible assumption to me. Heh, I'm afraid not, Chairman Winner. For you see, if the victim was already wearing gloves, as you just testified, then the burn mark on her hand should not have... Oh, I didn't even think about it that way. I was thinking about the idea that if the burn mark was noticeable and he's talking about her always wearing gloves, then why wasn't she wearing some at this occasion? But hey, what do you know?
Objection!
You speak as if gloves can't easily be removed. She could have taken them off during the auction. That's... Oh. But she hadn't. She was still wearing them when I changed places with her. So they must have been on her hands when she was being murdered too. What are you saying, my dear? You know how much trouble you're in, don't you? I'm not scared of you anymore. I have Grandma on my side now.
Now it's time for you to pay the piper. Winner, you dang devil.
I see. So you're both looking to disappear too.
Oh.
Oh, wait, does he have a burn mark does he have a burn mark that he's hiding somewhere? Maybe on his face? With all the times that he plays with fire? I see, so you're both, that can be arranged. Not this time, Excelsius Winner. The only person disappearing will be you.
Objection!
Hey, you can't talk to my dad like that! Who cares if the burn was covered up? Why does it even matter? Wait, I don't have the mask. Damn it. But, Nurse Needler mentioned that, that there was a tattoo. Maybe it wasn't a tattoo, but a burn mark. Oh. Maybe he has a burn mark on his face somewhere, on his neck or on his, like, chin or something. Maybe he's hiding a burn mark somewhere, that could be mistaken as a tattoo. And that's how it's, that's the distinguishing burn mark that's being talked about. Oh, it matters. Because it turns our understanding of a burn mark on its head. What do you mean? What can the fact of a victim's burn mark that was possibly tell us? The murderer had a burn mark too. The victim didn't have a burn mark. There was no burn marks at all. The murderer has one too. Think about it like this, Mr. Winner. The victim was wearing gloves, therefore the burn mark on her hand would not have been visible. In which case, whose burn mark was it that was being referenced in the recording? Somebody who, wasn't the victim? Precisely. Which can only mean that the culprit had a prominent burn mark too. Or, to put it another way, I knew it was you the moment I laid eyes on you. You can't hide that burn from me. Those words were spoken not by the murderer, but by the victim. No way!
Objection.
Ooh, the plot thickens. Eustace, my boy, would you mind stepping aside for a sec? Look, Miles, it was nice to see you having your fun with your little fight of fancy. But let's get serious. So the murderer had a burn mark now? Really? Where? Your little theory will either take flight or die, depending on your answer here, I'm afraid. He's not messing around. I have to figure out where the burn mark was and fast. I wonder where it could have been. All the auction people were wearing disguises, right? Yes, and each disguise was different. Yet in spite of that, the burn mark was visible to the victim somehow, which means... Do I have... Also had a tattoo on the part of their face that the mask didn't cover up, so... Yes, on the face. Well, shall we? Enlighten us. Why don't you? Where was the murderer's burn mark? I assume you have some evidence. Well, at least according to what was said earlier, and what my assumption is, it's on the face. Here is my evidence. The outfit the ringleader was wearing throughout the auction. Or rather, the outfit you were wearing, Chairman Winner. Oh, ho, 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 ho. What exactly is that supposed to tell us,
Objection.
A suit, white gloves, and a mask. This disguise should have covered almost all of your skin, but according to Nurse Needler's testimony, the auctioneer's mask didn't quite cover your entire face. And not only that, she claims to have seen a tattoo on the part that was exposed. But what was it, a tattoo? Or did she simply mistake a burn mark for one? A burn mark? On the face?
Objection.
Sorry to interrupt you while you're clearly enjoying yourself, dear boy, but I regret to inform you that none of the committee members have such a burn. Myself included, of course. But, Dad, Eustace, do you know something? Eustace, do you think you can be quiet, please? You can be foolish on your own time later. Eustace, do you know something? You may be an annoyance most of the times, Mr. Winner, but on this particular occasion, I'm grateful for your presence. A reaction like that from you, his son, is as good as an indicator of the truth that I could have hoped for, and it gives me a much-needed confidence boost concerning another theory of mine, namely, who that one unexplained item belongs to. What's the matter with Mr. Winner? I think he might be in shock after all. He's usually the last to figure things out, but in this case, he seems to have gotten there all too quickly. He knows that his father is indeed the real murderer. He's sad because he knows the truth? So, it's better not to know the truth at all. No, Kay. It's what we came here for. It doesn't matter how we get there. The important thing is finding the truth. You yourself told me that once, right when I needed to hear it the most. And now it's time for me to repay the favor, and show you the truth of your innocence. I want to know, too, the truth of what really happened. So please, Mr. Edgeworth, won't you show me? Okay! Yes! I very much intend to. Oh, you don't know what to give up, do you? Where is this burn, then? Perhaps you could point it out on me, then? Or point it out to me, then? But you can't, can you? Because there's nowhere to be found. Just like your evidence that I'm the killer. Yeah, hunt the contradictions all you like. You won't find any. because he's my dad, a winner through and through. I understand, Mr. Winner. I completely understand why you don't want to believe it's true. But if you ignore the truth now, you'll regret it for as long as you live. Dad, what do I do? I just don't understand it. How could I have raised such an utter buffoon? If you really wish to help your father, Eustace, can you try thinking on your own for once in your life, you useless nitwit? But I try all the time, Dad. All I do is try. I went to the school you wanted me to go to. I aced every test. Look at my jacket. They only give these to the valedictorian. I did everything you told me to. I worked like crazy and graduated top of my class. I tried to be just like you and win as many trophies as I could.
Objection.
Oh. You really are just a simpering simpleton, aren't you? Oh. Those tests you aced? Oh my god, it's even worse than I thought. Eustace, you aren't just a dumb Nepo baby. It's even deeper than that. I thought that his dad just gave him the position because he was his son. But even in school, he didn't have to try for anything. He was just never questioned on everything. Nope, Eustace, you got it all right. That's all you, buddy. Perfect. Aced. Valedictorian. Nobody knows better than him, huh? Wow. Worst dad of the year. Yeah, no doubt. Oh my god. Those tests you aced? I had the school give you perfect scores on all of them. Those debate and speech competitions you won? The judges were all friends of mine. If you never even realized that much, there's no hope for you, I'm afraid. None at all. You're no... Oh my god. This whole time, he was the only person who stood by your side! Excelsius, you asshole! He's the only person on your side! Excelsius is airing this out. Yeah, no doubt. Not even just to the public. The other members of the committee, which include Gavel, me, Edgeworth, an ex-prosecutor. The only people who aren't hearing this, it looks like, are Eddie and Gumshoe. But Francisco, who's part of Interpol. Like, good lord, man. And then on top of that, the only person still on his side, his own son, despite how stupid he is, because I'd be the first person to tell anybody that, especially Eustace, he tossed him away like trash. To the bin, to the wayside. He's still trying to fight for him, even if he's not really helping him. He just threw him away like that. Some of the worst words you could offer to your own children. You're no son of mine. Even you must see that. Ooh. Oh, man. Is he out of here? Ah, there he goes. Oh. Gone. My own son. They all leave in the end. Oh, I mean, boo. Even when he was trying, he was failing, and he did it all for me. Then he should have tried harder. You're a disgrace. You don't deserve to be a father, and you certainly don't deserve to be the chairman of this committee. Even I feel sorry for the boy now. Poor Mr. Winner. Explain yourself, Chairman Winner. Just what do you think your son is? What do you think your son is to treat him in such a way? An utterly useless pawn sounds about right. But you're one to talk verity. You tried to worm your way into my trust by using Eustace too. I cannot deny it. However, I have never thought of him as a mere pawn. He may not be a naturally gifted prosecutor, but he tries. In some ways, he tries harder than anyone. That's what I've witnessed during my time with him. Yet you would call him useless. How could you?
Objection.
Oh, because he is, Verity, my girl. He's utterly incapable of doing anything I ask of him. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess I entrust my offering to the goddess to you, so that you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius Winner. Thank you, Your Honor. I've been more than ready to do so. If the ringleader has a visible burn mark on their face that night, and it would follow the chairman Winner is currently hiding that mark somehow. How exactly was he dressed during the auction? That will be the key to solving the case at last. Now then, your answer, please. Which piece of evidence will help us to reveal the burn mark of the culprit's face? My God. This has been shaping up so much as time has gone on, dude. What the hell? I don't think it's Eustace's fault. He's not the brightest. Yeah, he's not the brightest. I think everyone's aware of that. My word, I don't think he deserved all that, though, to be publicly disowned by his own father in such a way. I don't know if... I feel like it's probably one of those things where it's like, God, I raised or I birthed such a useless idiot. It would be so horrible if the world thinks of him as so stupid. So I'm just going to fabricate all of his achievements and make it seem like he's the next greatest thing in the world. The truth be told, even I know I can't stop him from being so stupid. Something like that, I feel like, is what they ultimately ended up doing with him. But man, to have it all kind of just like crumble to pieces here and there in front of everyone. Never got the opportunity to learn from failure. True. Been waiting for this moment since I first tuned in. Well, oh man, I wonder how this is all going to come about then. Surely, because this all feels like last case stuff. I feel like this would be happening on like the last case, but this is not. This is the case before. So what happens next case? And furthermore still, are we still going to be going up against Eustace next case, or who is our adversary going to be? So much is happening here at such a pace that it confuses me. Now, he deserved it. He needs a reality check. In a way, yes, I agree. I think he did need the reality check. It's just, with how much of it, like, knowing how much of not only, like, I guess, like, the greater portion of his life now was nothing but lies, but that the lies came from his father, who doesn't even see him as, I guess, respectively, his own son. Someone that Eustace always looked up to and favored, and even up to this point, was on the side of, went ahead and tossed him away like that. That's gotta suck, no matter who you are. Okay, hold on. Which piece of evidence will help us reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face? Let me see. Was it not... Maybe not this? Hart's observation about what happened during the mysterious auction. 11 attendees all were masked. Auction continued after the ringing of murder, but the sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. Probably not this one. Don't think it'd be the cow. Various masks were kept on each were one. I don't see the mask that we're talking about. Photograph the mysterious figure. Reveal the burn mark on the culprit's face. Description of how she swapped places with Rosie Ringer. Oh, the wig! The wig. Hang on. Yeah, this is probably where we bring up the wigs. Is he wearing a full wig? Is he bald? Is it like a full thing of like, this isn't an actual hair, or is it like the beard? What's the... it has to be. It's the wigs! It's the wigs! He's wearing a wig! Recall Nurse Needler's testimony, if you will. There was one thing that we never quite resolved. The second wig. The one that wasn't being used. I seem to remember it being... wavy? What are you two talking about? Nurse Needler apparently found some very interesting items when she went to swap places with the victim. And what does that have to do with a burn mark? What she found were two wigs. One was intended to make her look more like the victim. But what was the other one for? I don't suppose it was meant to be a spare. It doesn't take a huge leap in the imagination to see the truth. Compare Chairman Winner's current appearance to that of the ringleader as it was described to us. Stop it! Stop staring at me! One very prominent difference represents itself. His face, or rather, what's around it. You mean, it wasn't a wig after all? Indeed, not a wig intended to go on the top of the head in any case. It was a fake beard all along, wasn't it, Excelsius winner? Ooh. This is very, very own, dear boy. How very unkind of you to suggest otherwise. Ooh. We saw how your son reacted when he realized the truth, and how he desperately tried to cover for you, even in the light of his realization. Yet you still feared that he might expose you. So rather than take the risk, you bullied him until he couldn't take it anymore. Because he knew what your beard hides that your beard hides a prominent burn mark. Chairman Winner, I insist that you remove your beard this instant. Oh my god, that lighter should not be doing that. He's bald! There it is. The burn mark. Mr. Edgeworth, for bringing evil to justice before the eyes of the goddess, you have my thanks. No, thank you. I couldn't have done it without you. Excelsius winner, in the name of the goddess, I hereby pronounce my verdict. In the matter of the murder of Miss Rosie Ringer, this court finds you guilty. Yes, and he has nobody left on his side to help him because he threw away his only supporter. Get fucked. I knew it. I knew that beard was fake. Only place where your beard is fake can be a big reveal? Apparently so. I don't know if the hair was real or like how much of it was real, but I knew some of that was. I knew some of that wasn't real. Mr. Edgeworth, I can't thank you enough. You never gave up on me, even when I gave up on myself. That was very kind of you. Yes! We did it! We saved Kay! I wish I got her memory back. I hope she doesn't, like, accidentally stumble and, like, bump her head on, like, any of the desks around here. It's like, I remember now. Bald, 5... Yeah, he's bald! He's bald! But also that little burn mark is a skull, it looks like. Is that like a gang thing? Or like, how did... I want them to explain that a little bit more in detail. There's no need to thank me. As a prosecutor. No. As a friend... Oh, Edgeworth! As a friend, it was the least I could do. Mr. Edgeworth, rejoice! I've learned that Chairman Winner has been safely delivered to the detention center. The search for the missing auction hammer continues, however... We are talking about Chairman Winner here, so it's likely that it's highly likely that he's already had it destroyed. In addition, there is another matter I must inform you of. The chairman made a rather strange statement. According to him, the letters were not part of his plan. What? How could that be? He claims that he and Miss Needler found this letter on Miss Ringer's person. And that they then found a second letter on Kay's unconscious body. From their contents, the letters seemed to be ones of correspondence. So he leapt to the conclusion that they must have been working with each other. That's quite the conclusion to jump to. As he read the letters, that's what he came up with. Or that's when he came up with the idea to frame Miss Faraday for Miss Ringer's murder. So he decided to place the victim in a very conspicuous place. So that's probably why he was so determined to have Kay be the particular person who was framed for the murder. Because he had already had a plan already figured out from the get-go. And it was going to have Kay be the quote-unquote star, or I guess like the person behind it all. And so he decided to place the victim in a very conspicuous place. Namely, in her left chest pocket. Sounds to me like he's just trying to make excuses for himself. Yes, I certainly thought the same. Perhaps it was some sort of last-ditch ploy on his part. But it matters not. He will answer to the goddess now. And under her scrutiny, such strategies cannot hope to succeed. He will not escape justice. And with that, One of the duties with which I have been entrusted with is complete at last. Judge Gavel, before you go, can you tell us what you know about how Chairman Winner came to murder Miss Ringer? There's more there, isn't there? Yes, and I suppose you have earned the right to know the whole truth. Ooh, Gavel exposition? Oh. Miss Ringer once had a lover, a press photographer. He was investigating the underground auctions as a freelance journalist. Oh. But before he could uncover the truth behind the auctions, he was... disappeared. I think that's putting it very lightly, Gavel. It looks like he was murdered. All Miss Ringer was left with was the mere memories and personal effects of her lover. And so, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. Unfortunately for her, her opponent struck first. I see. So that's the story behind this case. While the goddess does not condone acts of wanton vengeance, Miss Ringer's actions have exposed Chairman Winner's crimes at last. So that was your real goal. You were tasked with exposing Excelsior's Winner and the corruption at the heart of the committee. Does anyone know what happened to Mr. Winner? I'm afraid I haven't been able to get in touch with him. Do you have any idea why? Probably because I wasn't there for him just now when he needed me most. Oh, I really feel bad for him.
Well, don't pity him too much. At least he knows the truth now. And no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. Trust me. A father's influence isn't easily erased. But in time, he can hopefully try to change his ways.
You're right. You've got to be. Can I change too, I wonder? Can I move on with my life? Are you okay, Kay? How's the head feeling? I'm fine. Thank you. I'm so sorry, Kay. You were my patient. I had a responsibility to you, and instead I let them accuse you of... Ouch!
Dang right. We ain't just in the business of fixing bodies, Missy. The mind's where it all begins.
You're right, Grandma. Speaking of which, how's your memory? It's like, with a little more time, maybe I'll be able to remember some more? Please forgive me, but I had better be on my way. I'm to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde. Oh! Fifi's... Oh, wow. The trial for Fifi's going on pretty soon, huh? I'm to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a moment. The Bronco Knight case, huh? Who's the defense attorney? It was supposed to be Miss Ringer, but she is no longer with us. We are still in the process of finding her replacement. Miss Ringer was scheduled to represent Warden Lagarde. And of course, until we find Eustace, there's nobody to act for the prosecution either. In any case, I must take my leave. Ah, wait, please! What about Mr. Edgeworth's badge? What's going to happen to it now? With its chairman under arrest, the committee's activities has been suspended for the time being. So to answer your question, it's complicated. It's all up to the goddess now. But... Don't worry about it, Kay. It's a consequence of my own making. And I assume that I assume you do not mean to change your mind. Of course not. I chose the path of the truth, and I chose it willingly. With Chairman Winner out of the picture, justice is in the hands of the righteous once more. If you did wish to follow the path of the prosecutor again, Mr. Edgeworth, I'd be more than happy to facilitate such a decision. It's very kind of you to offer, but I can't accept your help at this time. I can't ask for my badge back when I'm not even sure if I want it anymore. I see. It seems that we are destined to continue on different paths then. Heh. Well, I trust you to keep my badge safe until they converge again. With all I have. In the meantime, I have here a token of the goddess's mercy. Aye! We got Kay's little notebook promise notebook back. You may return this notebook to its rightful owner. Kay's promise notebook. It seems it was due to be sold in the auction. And with the name Kay written on its cover, Chairman Winner made it to the connection immediately and knew who it belonged to. It was the same name on the one in the letters, after all. The letters he claimed to know nothing about. I suppose he insisted he didn't prepare them. Yes, he also had something else to say. Apparently, he thought that Miss Faraday was after her notebook and that Miss Ringer was after his life, and that their respective goals are what led them to cooperate and infiltrate the auction together. Unfortunately for him, he misread the situation completely. It was all just happenstance. If Kay had known the defense attorney, who was also a member of the committee, there's no way she would have told me, or there's no way she wouldn't have told me. That just isn't like her. Haha, your belief in her is touching. While the notebook did become part of the Chairman Winner's cover-up scheme, there's also a treasured possession of Miss Faraday's, which is why I would like her to have it back, as I'm sure would the goddess. Thank you. I pray that it helps her recover her lost memories. Wow. Well, thanks for everything, Gavel. Is everything all right? Judge Gavel wanted me to return something important to you. Oh! Oh! Isn't that... It even has its own little special screen. Always greet people with a smile, even people you don't know. Never cry in front of strangers. Oh. Oh, man. I'm gonna keep all my promises and be a real hero when I grow up, just like you. Oh, wait. I forgot to write one down. The most important promise of all. Promise number 5. Always try your hardest to learn about things you don't understand. Hee hee, I remembered it just how you said it. Now I'll never forget it. Always try your hardest to learn about things that you don't understand. That's right, I have to try. Oh. Oh my god, it looks painful. Kay, are you okay? Oh my god, please play the song. Yes! She's back! Second Yatagarasu, an assistant to Mr. Edward. There's the smile we know and love. Welcome back, Kay. The Clown University meme origin? I thought it looked familiar. I swear I'd seen like either that frame or that picture. Like when I saw that it was the promise book in his hand, I was like, that looks like you could edit out square images in his hand. And so I thought it was that one. I thought it might have been another one else though. That's why I didn't say specifically, but I think I have seen the memes for that. So that's the origin. Okay, good to know. At the very least, I think to my knowledge that before the Investigations collection, it was, I think, well, I guess that scene isn't, but like, I'm pretty sure this game was like, I think a Japanese exclusive, or like it wasn't, it hadn't been translated or localized at all for the West yet. So this is a fairly recent revelation to anyone who had not played the game or had seen it prior. That's funny nonetheless to me. Hey, is that really you? He can't say I'm not a little bit embarrassed, but yeah, I'm back, and I couldn't have done it without you, Mr. Edgeworth. You never stopped helping me, even when I was totally lost and couldn't remember anything. Thank goodness, you certainly seem to be back. Okay, so this is the real you, huh? Welcome back. It's good to know that you're better. I can sleep easy now. Now that you found it, don't you dare go losing that memory of yours again, young lady, you hear? Miss Needler, Dr. Hertz, thanks a lot for looking after me. And if you really are better, how about you get out of them dang hospital duds? Oh yeah, I washed all your clothes for you, here. I thought they were with Detective Gumshoe. He handed them over to us after they came back from the forensics. And did he happen to mention if forensics found anything of note? I didn't ask. Anyway, never mind that now. Put them on, Kay, I want to see you. Wait, what about her bandages? Surely it's too soon to remove them. Oh, it's probably fine. She may have taken a big old bump in the head, but she wasn't really hurt otherwise. But then, why all the bandages in the first place? Prevention is better than cure. A stitch in time saves 9. Those are just a few of my mottos. Both of which sound like painfully annoying practices for your patients. Yeah, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 wasn't localized before the... Ah, okay. I think that's why I was told that, like, after I was done with the original Phoenix Wright trilogy that, like, I was right around a good time to go ahead and start playing Investigation, since that had hopped out onto, I think, Switch and other places around the time whenever, I think either news was making its way or that it had came out already. Good to know, then. Very interesting. Okay, Kay, transformation time. There she is. Yep, now this is what I'm talking about. Fits like a stolen glove. That smile suits you better too, as it always did. Thanks to you too, Miss Von Karma. I'm so glad you showed up when you did. I simply came when Scruffy asked me to. I'm sure he'll be very happy to see that you're back to your old self too. Speaking of Gummy, where is he? Who knows? Perhaps the well of his devotion ran dry when his certain someone threw away his badge. Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, I have to get going, and I'll be taking those two with me. Wait, what's going to happen to them? Acting as an accomplice in a murder and forging an autopsy report 18 years ago, their crimes can't be allowed to go unpunished. But the fact that Excelsior's winner coerced them into cooperating will, of course, be taken into account. Don't you worry about us, Kay. As long as Grandma and me are together, we'll be all right. Take care, Kay Faraday, until we meet again. So, Kay, I know that you only just got your memory back, but I need to ask you some questions. Sure, ask away. What happened the day that you lost your memory? What were you doing? Let's see, somebody asked me to meet them at Gourd Lake. But I didn't know who it was. So there I was, just looking up at the moon when somebody in a red raincoat started walking towards me. They must have drugged me somehow, because that's when I fell unconscious. What? I'm not sure I follow. Kay was at Gourd Lake looking up at the moon. Anyway, when I came to, I was on the roof of this building. I was in a daze and stumbling around up there when I saw the person in the red raincoat again, but they were lying on the ground. I was so surprised I stumbled backward, and then I was falling and everything went dark. When I came to the second time, I couldn't remember anything. The person in the red raincoat, who in the world were they? I'm sure they were walking in midair. Thinking about it makes my head hurt. Just breathe, Kay. You only just got your memory back. You're still confused. I imagine the root cause for your confusion is fall down the hatch, your memories of two different locations, the name on the promise book. The memories of two different locations. I imagine things are all mixed up in your mind because you were at Gourd Lake one minute and then at the top of the big building the next. And because you saw the moon in both locations, your mind blended your memories of the two together. Huh? But those are two totally different places. I know that I was pretty out of it, but I don't think I could have gotten them confused that easily. I believe these things on the roof may have made you more likely to have become confused. These things? Was it the cotton candy stand, the TV, the tree? I think the things that she said that confused her were... I'll try the cotton candy stand.
Take that!
There are two key similarities between the scene down by Gourd Lake here on the top and here on the top of the big building. Cherry blossoms. Oh, okay. Cherry blossoms and food stands. Wait, you're right. Those similarities are what caused your memories of both places to overlap. The person in the red raincoat wasn't walking in midair. They were walking towards you from across the park. But in your blurry memories, the same sight played out over the viewing platform instead. No way! Who steals or grate these memories, huh? That's just cheating. Even still, this doesn't answer the question of who attacked Kay in the park. Was it the person in the red raincoat she saw? Do you hear that? Sounds like it's coming from up in the storeroom. Come on, let's go take a look. What? Well, hoo-wee, I smell another scoop in the oven. Or in the oven. Wait, what did she say? The oven? In the oven. You're still here. Somebody take something? I don't see anything missing here. Unless... Oh!
It's coming from this little gadget here, Mr. Edgeworth.
This transceiver. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before,
It's still going.
but I'm not good with technology.
Come on, you have to pick up. Fine, I'll do it. Hey, this is Edgeworth.
Okay, if you could refrain from answering strange calls for me. Mr. Edgeworth, I presume? I know that voice. Wait,
Is this Shelly? It is Shelly! Oh my god! Shelly makes another appearance! Oh my god! Okay, wait, so I want to redo that again.
is this Mr. Edgeworth, I presume? Shelley the Killer. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? I'm sure you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident.
I've changed up my Shelly voice a little bit because I was watching the anime with Crust, my mod. He's showing me the anime, so I can kind of get a feel for like certain things that I may have missed, or like maybe not necessarily missed, but like kind of just compare the two different medias between the games and the anime. The anime is very entertaining, and we're watching it in dub, so I'm trying to see how the dub handled the voices for certain characters and stuff like that. And some of them I feel like I was like either in the right area or like I kind of nailed it, and so many of them were so different from what I had. They're also partially what influenced some of the voices that I've done after the fact, because I think my original Gumshoe voice was a little bit different. Then I watched a bit of the anime, and then I took some inspiration from the anime to influence my current Gumshoe voice. So that's why I've decided to change the Shelly voice as well, because I'm pretty sure mine was kind of like maybe in a similar ballpark when I originally did Shelly's voice back in the second game, but at the very least from what I last remember seeing him, it did sound something to that regard. The voice that I did for Shelly is similar to the dub anime voice. Yeah, that's kind of what I was shooting for. I've met the two. You've met Edgeworth as voice actors. I've wanted to meet like certain in-game characters' voice actors. Now that I've not only played the games, but like I've also seen like the anime and stuff like that, I would very much be interested in like, oh god, if I could meet Godot's voice actor, I would be so down. I love Godot. I've cosplayed as him, and so like if I had the ability to go ahead and meet Godot in cosplay, I think it would be fire. Oh man, but that is you know, with certain things in mind, I would assume, because I think I've seen either Phoenix's or Edgeworth's voice actor at some of the conventions I've been at, but obviously I was either in the midst of playing the games and or had not watched the anime yet, and also I haven't even finished the anime yet. I think we're still watching the Ronda Light case in the anime, so like there are some characters that we're still looking to go ahead and or like we're still not even done with the Ace Attorney anime just yet. Chris Weckhamp for the anime and Kyle Herbert for oh darn, what is it? I don't know which one DD stands for, but what is it called again? I've also met Anime Phoenix, aka Eric Vale. Very interesting. Gosh, yeah, no, I would love to meet, like, Ace Attorney voice actors now. I feel like it'd be great. Dual Destiny Spirits of Justice, yes. Sorry, I forget, if I haven't, because I do own, I think, one of them physically after the fact. I play them on PC currently just for stream purposes and stuff like that, and I've really enjoyed them. There's only one Ace Attorney game I own in physical because I saw it in a shop, and that was I believe Justice for All, which is the second game in the Phoenix Wright collection. I want to get Trials and Tribulations though, for sure. If I could have that on DS or whichever one it came out, I feel like that'd be incredible. Definitely nice to have. Met a lot of EAs. I also met Chris Evans. Oh my god. Do you travel to conventions a lot, Shiro? I only ever get the chance like maybe like 2 times a year. I think there's 2 like convention pilgrimages that me and my friends may like take yearly, and so that's kind of like where we stand in regards to that. I'd like to either go to more or like maybe shift up which ones we go to, but just for the sake of convenience and like location, time, money, and like all things considered, I think about 2 a year is what me and my friends tend to manage currently, and we do make it like a
a pretty often thing to do, which is why I also like to be able to go ahead and cosplay at these events and stuff like that. And so I have the only Ace Attorney cosplay I've done is Godel. But prior to that, I did one for One Piece where I dressed up as Osoba Mask, which is one of Sanji's personalities. And prior to that, I had another my first cosplay was that of Trafalgar Law from One Piece as well. It was the pre-time skip one because it was the hoodie, the pants, and then I had to paint my my hands a little bit, and then I had the polar bear hat. But my next cosplay that I have a couple that I have planned, but cosplaying is so expensive as a hobby, and then I also stream on top of that, so I have to pick and choose from time to time where it is I decide to dedicate my money to being. But it's either I put some into streaming for a time, or I decide to go and buy my next cosplay, or like work on it and see what I want to be able to go ahead and do. And I have a bunch in mind that I want to go ahead and do, at least like 5, and potentially more if my friends want to do like some group cosplays, or if we're going to go ahead and do things together. But for Ace Attorney, at least speaking, Godot is the only one that I've done, and if I were to do another one from Ace Attorney, at least from the characters that I know of and that I think I could pull off, definitely the next one I would want to try is Eddie. I would want to try Eddie's outfit and try to like get like the hair or like a wig for his hair and then like the hat. I'd love to do that one next of like Ace Attorney characters that I think I could pull off. But I already have my next cosplay in mind. It's just a matter of, I think I could get it worked out. It seems simple enough for me to do, and so I just have to get certain details and other things done in the meantime. I'm hoping to get that one done before December this year. So that's how I'm going about that. I have a few cosplay. I have Punk Hazard and Film Red cosplays for Lao. Ooh, favorite cosplay is probably Monodom. Hold on, googling to be. So I can have an idea here. Monodom. Oh, Danganronpa. I have a friend who plays Danganronpa, but I'm not familiar with it myself. But there's a friend of mine. I forget which girl it was, because I remember he told me about it in high school. There was a girl I remember that I'd always attribute whenever we would talk to, in regards to, when we would talk about it, because he knew about Danganronpa. And he would compare, I think, a girl that he liked in our school back in high school to her. And we always kind of just referred to her as such. But I can't remember who it was. But I remember it specifically because it was Danganronpa specific. I think he's the only friend I know. I think some of my other friends may have as well. I can think of it one. She probably either has played or is familiar with Danganronpa. She's all the way... She's in college and out of state right now, though, so I'd have to message her on Discord to see if she knows anything in that regards. But that's probably like the only thing that I know about it. But I know that it is very popular. A lot of people talk about it, and it is always a topic of conversation whenever I think like game reveals and stuff are brought up, whether it be State of Play, Xbox, and even Switch. I've seen like people like waiting to see if like Danganronpa gets remastered or ported, or like we get a new game announcement made on like any of the Switch stuff. So I'm familiar with name, and I think at least the style, that like how it looks and stuff like that, but no names outside of Monokuma, I think, and I don't know, that's about it, I think, realistically. You should play it? You think so? It's got a new game releasing next year. Do you remember what the character looks like? I think so. I just remember she was kind of crazy looking, I think. And I think her hair was kind of pink or something, or like a peach color. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure it was that girl, but I don't know her name. It's a remake of a game, of Game 2 with a bonus new scenario. Interesting. Would Danganronpa follow, I think, a similar like style of like gameplay of like, you know, play in like a chronological sense, or can you kind of go about them sporadically where like maybe they're not too necessarily tied to each prior installment, where some of them are like maybe individual cases and stuff like that? How does that work, if you don't mind me asking? Crazy looking, I think it's probably Junko. That sounds familiar, and so I think you might be on the right trail. Pray chronologically on IMO? Okay. Definitely Junko? Hold on, I'll Google. Googling. Oh, shit. I just wrote Junko. I need to write Danganronpa. I didn't even spell it correctly. Oh, yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Yeah, I remember now. Yep, that's the one. You guys got it right. Okay. I felt like I barely gave any description for that. But yeah, no, you guys were right. That's the one. I recognize how she looked. I just didn't remember her name from all this time. It's been a long time since I've been out of high school. Ugh. Terrible thing to remember. But yes, that is absolutely correct. Kudos to you guys. I'm sure that you've noticed by now that there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. How do you even know about this case? That's not what's important right now. Let's focus on this certain individual for the time being, shall we? I've indeed been wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. If not, how are we to explain the pieces of evidence that proved so damning to Kay's case? No way! An evil mastermind? But who? Who indeed? Perhaps you could share your thoughts. What is the evidence in question that points to someone else's involvement? It's gotta be like an early piece of evidence, I feel. Oh! Wait, no, hold on. We didn't use this at all yet. I feel like it could be, though. Okay, hold on. We haven't used it, which is the reason why I think that it could be this one, but I need to sift through. In regards to getting K persecuted is what they were after first. So, or I guess like the question. So we know why they used the ninja. The letters, we understand. The ticket stub, I think I kind of forgot, but I'm curious. The flower, it's part of the outfit. Probably not this, or doesn't have anything to do with this. Case recollections, the key card, similarly, probably doesn't have anything to do with it. Candelabrum, autopsy report. I don't think the autopsy report, hold on. Other prominent burn marks in back of the victim's right hand. No, I don't think that this tells us anything. Maybe the candelabrum? I don't remember if this was in a case prior. It probably is, though. Saying to that game that I got into, Ace Attorney. Really? Are they? How are they similar? Because I think it's like, I think from what I know about Danganronpa in terms of like how it plays, that it is kind of like similar, where it's like a detective type game or whatever, where you got to pick apart pieces of evidence and you like put people to trial and then you like sentence them to death or something. I'm not entirely sure, but it has. I know that there's aspects of that on. I'd have to like I know very little, but I think that's like part of like some aspects of the gameplay or something. The second and third Danganronpa games reference the other games, so it's best play the games in order. Okay, so there's references to prior games. Okay. Started with Ace Attorney, then went to Danganronpa. Put Danganronpa on your wish list. They go on sale a bunch. I'll have to go ahead and check them out. I will, How many installments are there? And then also, I think, Shiro, you said that there was a new one coming out. Is that also coming out to Steam? Is that something I should wish list now, or is it going to be exclusive to consoles or anything of the sort? Basically, you're locked in a school. You have to kill someone and get away with it. Oh. Oh. Well, that's certainly a twist of what I was thinking originally. Huh. I had some idea, but definitely not to that extent. I getcha. So then is it like a last man standing type deal where I have to make my way all the way to the end, I guess, going through? I guess I'd have to figure it out myself. Never mind. There's a don't answer. I'm like asking, I think, too many questions now. So I'll figure it out. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can find them on Steam, and I'll wishlist them. And then when I'm at an appropriate price range to go ahead and start purchasing games either en masse or whenever I just have the ability to go ahead and do so, I'll probably go ahead and check them out. 3 main games, couple side games, and one coming out is a remake of Game 2 with a new scenario. Interesting. I can clarify what I said. It's not a spoiler. Oh, okay. 4 games, 2 animes, 1 manga. I think like around 6 light novels. Oh my lord. Okay, so this is a pretty long... This is another one of those long-standing series that I've, like, not had any sort of involvement in whatsoever. It's like when I was first starting to play Halo, and I knew absolutely nothing about it outside of Master Chief and Cortana. That might be interesting. That might be something worth looking into. You guys are putting on a good case here. So I'll definitely go ahead and put it on the objective list for the time being as another game to go ahead and look at. And I'll talk it over with some of the other members of the Discord to see about, because that might have to... It seems like this is... assuming that this has a similar... I may dedicate it to a story game Saturday, like how I've done prior to, especially with like the old Ace Attorney games, but I also do kind of like how I've done with current Ace Attorney, where I can kind of hop into it whenever I want to. I'll have to see just how much I actively want to continue playing it, so that I can make sure that I have at least one weekly, or I can kind of spread it out amidst the rest of the games that I play. Or maybe I can do Ace Attorney and Danganronpa at the same time. That'd be something, wouldn't it? You and others are locked in a school. To leave, you must kill someone and get away with it. Okay, so I wonder, is it like a kill one, get away with it, and then the game ends? But you like, I'll think it over on my own side. I'm not gonna ask any more questions. I'll learn to either figure it out, or I'll have my curiosity eat me alive, and then I'll just purchase it out of the volition there. Oh, the twist is if the killer gets away with it, everyone still alive is executed. So, interesting. I would say out of the two anime, only one of them is an adaptation, and the other one is actually a sequel to one of the main games. Really? I didn't even know that they would allow animes to be able to go ahead and do that. Huh. How very interesting. I'm assuming then, by that logic, since there has to be either a killer, or I don't know if multiple killers are a thing or not, that the objectives then are either as slowly people begin to kill each other off, you have to figure it out so that you don't die or get killed or something. I'm not sure. I'm trying to piece it together in my mind as to how that would work out and stuff. But don't answer any of that. I'll look into it. I'll make my own decision, and then we'll see about how soon or how much later that may end up on my streaming peripherals. Makes more sense as you play. Yeah, I figured that'd be the case. So I'll hear you guys out for now. You guys are making a good case, so I'll have to do my own research and see how I feel about looking into it in some regards. But kudos to you guys for that. But I need to figure this out first before we continue. I feel like we're right near the end, and so it's almost been 5 hours. I didn't even realize how long I've been getting along with this. This is just how good Ace Attorney is for me. I don't even look at the time. Time just flies. I get so invested into stuff, and then, like, it's just not there. What evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? I need to look back. Okay, hang on. So, of the things that I've seen thus far, maybe the candle. That's what I was thinking. I don't remember if this was in a case prior, or I don't remember which prior case this candle came in from, so maybe this is like something that we haven't even been involved with yet, and so that could be it. I don't think... Did Lotta... The 11 attendees, maybe? Maybe the other people? That could be the clue that shows us that other people are involved. The fact that it isn't so limited to the other members of the committee? Probably. Don't think the picture does. The blood, we know what's done with the box, all this. Nurse Needler's statement. Straight and a wavy one not used. The case file. Don't think it's this either. It could be though, because we haven't used it. Okay, so what are my options then? And I'll ask too, is Shelly going to yell at me, or is he going to be like, oh, I'm sad to see that you haven't figured this out? Is it going to be like those in like base Ace Attorney where like if you get the thing wrong, it's kind of just like, oops, well, guess he didn't get that one right. LU. letter was carrying around, it was addressed to her. Okay, well, my options are, at least what I'm thinking of, are the candle? Okay, hold on. Who indeed perhaps could share your thoughts? What is the evidence in question that points to somebody else's involvement? If not, how are we to explain the piece of evidence that proves so damning to Kay's case? Let's focus on a certain individual for the time being, shall we? I've indeed wondering myself if somebody else could have been involved. I can truly say this is fully resolved, can you? I'm sure that you've noticed how there was a mastermind at work orchestrating the entire incident. Indeed, I'm wondering myself if someone else has been involved. Could you explain the piece of evidence that proves so damning? If not, how can we explain the piece of evidence that proves so damning to Kay's case? To Kay's case? The case being made against Kay? What were the things that they had on Kay? They had the mask. They had, I think, the notes. They had the ticket stub, the flower. Wasn't there one other thing, I think? Let me see, hang on. Okay. So, here's my thoughts. Could be the IS-7 stuff. That one's seeming the least likely now that I've looked through everything. But we haven't used it. So maybe there's something in regards to the IS-7 that could come up that Shelly's mentioning or referencing here that I'm not picking up on currently. That, thank you so much for agreeing to help with my plan. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. Okay. This may be something. Okay, so what was the other thing I was talking about? Okay, so I had the IS-7 stuff. I could have swore there was something else here. Oh, the candle. The candle also seems to be lacking. I don't think that I think actually I'll discard the candle. So I'm of the idea that potential IS-7 stuff, it seems to be tied to another case. That could be where the connection could be made. It could be these letters that Kay got. It seems like Kay not only... Dear Kay, don't worry, I'll make sure that you get your precious thing back. That precious thing, I'm assuming... Or, like, we can probably make a solid assumption to being the other thing. What else did Kay get? Okay, so there was all these things here. The mask, we understand. This, we also, I think, understand. Stub. Actually, the stub... Is it the stub? Because Kay said she was drugged, and then she seemingly was brought to the building. Which means someone either brought her here... If Kay didn't buy this... Okay, hold on. The stub actually just shot up. It could be the stub. Since Kay was not there when it happened. Okay. And then the flower, which we know was part of the ringleader's outfit. Okay, so... what am I narrowing it down to? The stub? I'm thinking the stub? Could be the stub. One of these letters. The letter actually is also quite damning because it talks about something that happened 12 years ago. So maybe there's something else here in regards to why Rosie wanted to get revenge. So that's two things. Actually, now that I think about it, this isn't specifically tied to Kay. This could have the implication of someone else bringing her here. But now that I actually think about it a little bit more, this makes direct reference. Now we can both get what we want. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. This makes direct reference to something that could be tied to Excelsius and some sort of event or something that happened 12 years ago. Now, it doesn't specifically name drop Excelsius, but does make reference of at least a time period prior to. Now, whether or not that has something to do with Excelsius himself or something or someone Excelsius may be tied to, I think maybe up to debate. And I'm actually willing to go ahead and potentially drop this. This is actually the weakest of the ones that I'm thinking of. So now I just need to make the decision between the stub, which actually, now that I look at it, does seem fairly damning and interesting as to how Kay got here if she wasn't the one who bought this. But also this in regards to something that happened a time period prior. And I was also curious about this previously as well. So I think I'll take my shot with the letter. And if I can pick again, then I'll pick the stub. If not, then, oops. I can't save here, can I? No, it doesn't look like it lets me. Oh, I didn't even realize I could do that. I was wondering what some of these buttons did. Well, let's see it then.
Take that!
The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim. Is it a different K, or is this our K? Because it seems like, at the very least, I think when this was mentioned at some other point, that this was not doctored or fabricated at all. This was correct information. This was, I think, with K's actual handwriting. So this is curious. The letter K supposedly wrote to the victim. Yeah, I don't remember ever writing that, but it's, I think Gavel said it wasn't doctored.
So who did? Who would prepare such a thing? I know I'm not the only one who would like to know.
And how do we know it wasn't you?
Now, why would I do such a thing like that, I believe the truth can only fully come to light in a court of law. But since you've had your badge revoked, that is no longer an option. How will it all end? I, for one, will be watching from the sidelines with interest. He knows even about my badge. Oh, and one last thing. I do hope you won't betray my trust in you. Now, I bid you farewell.
What the heck did he mean by the case that hasn't been fully resolved? And why is he so interested in us anyway? Everything is just one giant ball of mysteries.
It seems we've only scratched the surface of this case, but even without my badge, I'm going to carry on doing what I can. However, this ends. One thing's for certain. Come what it may, I will expose the truth.
There it goes. Turnabout Forsaken. Yes, please. Oh, wait, I did it again, didn't I? Yeah, I put a save on the... So this one follows Eustace. Okay, so he's still around. Good to know. Let's check out our demo. Let's see what it has to show. What does the intro show us? Are they going to try to pin a crime on Eustace now? Turnabout for the Ages. That's a title. Is, someone trying to bust a... That's an awfully big eye. We're not dealing with kaijus now, are we? What? The cow kid. What? 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 What is happening? Okay. I'll just let the music play so we can have some BGM, but, I don't know what I was supposed to get from that. Okay, so I think I saw what looked like a print on the top of the building that looked like a giant cow hoof, and we saw the eye peeking inside. What is this all supposed to come back around to be? Hold on, let me also see. Do we have... What evidence do we have? The letter, okay. I don't understand what this demo was trying to show us, but, I saw the cow kid. The kid in the cow jacket that we've seen a couple of times now. It looks like Godzilla, but due to international copyright laws, it's not. Okay. that was certainly interesting, but I just wanted to demo to see kind of what we were getting into here, but it looks like next episode, in this final episode, the Turnabout for the Ages has something to do with cows. And I don't know what I was supposed to get out of that, but there's a lot of cow stuff going on here, so I do believe that with that should be a good and proper stopping point for our streams today. And would you look at that, we basically had another regular stream go by. Almost just about 5 hours. We may be ending just at 5 hours again. So regular stream times continue on, no issue. So I will go ahead and wrap us up here. I'm going to go ahead and see, because it's gotten to a point, a lot of my mutuals tend to hop on around this point, so we'll probably go ahead and send on a raid somewhere here in just a bit. So if you guys just want to hang tight for a bit, I'll go ahead and send you guys one which away. But if you guys were here just for stream, this will probably be your cue to go ahead and head on out. So let's go find... Okay, I got a couple options that I think I'm going to want to go ahead and do, but I think I know where I'll go ahead and send us to. So I'll go ahead, do my little song and dance, and be rightfully sent on our merry ways. So, one second, we go ahead and have this pulled up and ready. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I will do that just now. I have just enough drink in here to go ahead and finish it off and qualify as a hydrate. I'm actually surprised. A full 5-hour Ace Attorney stream, and my voice actually doesn't sound like it's actually going out of my... or like I'm losing it. I think that was actually... I'm not sure if there was enough voices in that to where it wasn't of like a pitch or a register that like hurt my chords or whatever, or like was kind of difficult for me to hit, but I actually don't feel like my voice is leaving me. So I think that's a very big win in regards to all the voices and stuff I had to go ahead and do today, which was always fun. I love being able to go ahead and do that for Ace Attorney. Very, very good stuff. But nonetheless, it is time for us to go ahead and be ready to go ahead and part ways. I believe, since this is probably going to be the... Oh no, did the bot stop working again? Bot, where are you? What? Is the bot not on? I didn't realize it this whole time. Bot! Let's try that one again. There we go. Okay, bot was off. Okay, well, the bot was resting, but I had to wake it up, so we'll go ahead and do that now. I will continue with our regularly scheduled, but I digress. This will be all for today's stream. I do appreciate you all having joined me whenever you could, whenever stream was live, and if you are watching this as a VOD or video as well, since we are currently dual streaming this to YouTube, this will be on our current archival list, and I will go ahead and make sure to properly put this in the correct playlist, so that anyone who wants to be able to go ahead and watch this in full, you are welcome to go ahead and do so. If you were interested in anything that you saw here today, I do recommend that you go ahead and follow me on any of the social medias posted above. Twitter would be the place where I do most of my posting, since I do post the most out of all of my socials on there, whether it be regularly stream-related stuff or anything that happens to be going on behind the scenes as well, whether it just be standard stream schedule or any shower thoughts I happen to have when I'm going about my day like normal. That's the place to go ahead and interact. So if you want to go ahead and say hi to me or check out any of my posts regarding stream or anything else, you're more than welcome to go ahead and take a look there. I also do have a YouTube channel, as I previously mentioned, which we are currently dual streaming to. So if you are watching on YouTube, hello YouTube. But that is going to be the place where I have an archive of all of our current VODs. So if you want to go ahead and check out any previous streams as well as any other streams in regards to the titles and contents that you like, that will all be making its way onto YouTube. And I think for the most part, I have designated playlists for all of them. So if you have trouble finding something, it should be in a playlist. And if not, let me know. I'll find it and I'll try to go ahead and have that organized appropriately. And because I try not to forget now these days, I also do have a Discord, at the very least currently open to and available to only Twitch subscribers, because I think those are the only the only place where I have some sort of a regulation put onto it, because I don't think I can do the same for YouTube just yet. So at the very least, if you are a current Twitch subscriber, you're more than welcome to go ahead and join the Discord as well. We do get the best of all worlds, I believe, on Discord, where I do interact there from time to time, and I let you guys know about what's going on, even ahead of Twitter. And we also do occasionally have some community discussions to be had there as well. I'm looking to also open it up to potentially have like some more community aspects to it, maybe like a community movie night. And like I mentioned earlier, maybe I can have like designated servers and stuff for people to want to be able to go ahead and do stuff. But for the time being, it's just a little hub for people to be able to go ahead and chat, interact, and do however they please that I also happen to partake in. So if that sounds like something worth looking into and you happen to be a Twitch subscriber, feel free to go ahead and join. We'd like to have you. But that will go ahead and do for today's stream. Once again, I will thank you guys for having joined me, whether it was now, in the future, or I'm not sure when else, but whatever the case, it's very much appreciated. Be safe out there, y'all. Be good to one another. Make sure that you guys are staying hydrated, get plenty of rest, eat lots of yummy food. I do believe this will be the last stream for this week, since I will not have something this week for Story Game Saturday. I'm going to be taking that day off since I got invited to a party. So this next Monday, I believe, if my schedule doesn't shift, I will be posting the schedule on Sunday, but this next Monday will be the next stream for this week. So I do apologize for the delay in current stream broadcasting, but I have a couple things that I'm looking to want to go ahead and do, and I'm getting set up with our next Story Game Saturday. So since we recently finished Persona, I've got something else that I believe I spoke with my mods to be able to go ahead and get situated within the time frame that I want to go ahead and get done before Persona 4 drops. So we've got that, I think, worked out and look to go ahead and get that completed. So hopefully by next week, that should be no longer a problem. But with all that said and done, that will do for today. Thank you one more time, everyone, for having been here and watched me when you could. We will see each other again not too long from now. It will only be a little bit longer than what I normally go ahead and offer you guys in terms of breaks, but until next time, at least for now, this will be farewell. Bye-bye, y'all. Take care. We'll see each other again very soon. Bye-bye.